To our City Council concurrent meeting with our Stadium Authority and Financing Authority today. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, City Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Before the roll call, I need to just make an announcement. Councilmember Watanabe will be participating remotely under AB 2449 provision emergency circumstance due to family medical emergency that prevents her from attending in person. Councilmember Watanabe requests the legislative body allow her to participate remotely due to this emergency circumstance. The legislative body must take action by majority vote on the emergency request at the beginning of the meeting. So before the vote takes place, Councilmember Watanabe, at this time, you may provide a general description of the circumstances relating to the need for you to appear remotely at the meeting.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. Yes, I have had a medical emergency here in New York, which prevents me from being in California at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Watanabe, as you participate, please be reminded that both your audio and visual technology should be on, and when action is being taken on an item, please publicly disclose if someone over the age of 18 is in the room with you and their general relationship to you. And with that...
Okay, never mind, sorry.
Thank you. With that, I will begin the roll call. Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, we also need the motion for her approval.
Motion.
Motion and second to excuse Councilmember Watanabe.
And the seconder was Shahal?
Shahal.
Thank you. Okay. Start the vote. Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Shahal. Yes. Councilmember Hardy.
Yeah. Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, that passes unanimously. We have two items under closed session. I'm going to refer to our city attorney to discuss those.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's right, two items for closed session this afternoon, items 1A and 1B. 1A is conference with real property negotiators with respect to property located at 5201 Great America Parkway. City negotiators are identified on the agenda. Negotiating parties are the City of Santa Clara and Hudson Pacific Properties. Under negotiation are purchase price, both terms of payment and price. Second item is conference with labor negotiators. City representatives are identified on the agenda. The employee organizations that we'll be discussing tonight are Units 5, 7, and 8, Unit 9A, and Unit 10. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So do we have any public comment on the two closed session items? If so, please come forward. I don't see anyone here in the audience. Do we have anyone online, City Clerk? We do not? Okay, we don't. So we are now going to go into closed session, and we will be back at 7 p.m. for the regular meeting. Thank you. This meeting to order of the Santa Clara City Council meeting, the Stadium Authority and the Financing Authority. So if you would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those that are joining us this evening in the capacity as a lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and or organizations you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. And just a announcement for those joining the 7 o'clock meeting. Councilmember Watanabe will be participating remotely under AB 2449, Provision Emergency Circumstance, and the legislative body has acted and approved her attendance virtually. Again, as a reminder, Councilmember Watanabe, please ensure that both your audio and your visual technology is on, and please disclose publicly if someone over the age of 18 is in the room with you and their general relationship to you before any action is taken. Thank you.
Does she have to answer that? Oh, okay, I was waiting for that. All right. So good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person as the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So let's move on to the agenda. Reports of action taken in closed session, City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council met on both items listed on the agenda in closed session. However, there are no reportable actions this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any? Staff? No?
No.
Okay. Anyone? All right. That brings us to our special orders of business this evening, and we have some very exciting special orders of business this evening. I'm going to actually go backwards and start on item number 2C, which is proclaim Beyonce Knowles Carter as honorary mayor for ceremonial purposes only. I want it to be for more than that, on August 30th, 2023, and presentation of a key to the City of Santa Clara ceremonial vote. So, City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Honorary Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public, both here and at home. Javon Grogan, City Manager. We're excited today to honor Beyonce. It's like we have a little dressing going on here of one of our council members. But we are honored to honor Beyonce Carter Knowles as she graces the stage of our world-class Levi Stadium for her Renaissance World Tour. Beyonce's tour and her dedicated fan base have brought incredible energy and excitement to Santa Clara in her prior two performances at Levi's. Her commitment to justice and economic equality is certainly worth recognition. As we continue to come out of the pandemic, drawing talent such as Beyonce to our stadium provides a much-needed boost for our local economy, the regional economy, and provides the opportunity for all of us to highlight everything that Santa Clara has to offer. So with that, we welcome Beyonce back to Santa Clara and to Levi Stadium, and we have a few special recognitions tonight. I will now turn it back over to Mayor Gilmore.
Thank you, City Manager. Beyonce is simply irreplaceable. We're so delighted to welcome to the House of Chrome to Santa Clara. Her concert will contribute to the economic vitality of Santa Clara by bringing visitors, hotel guests, and the Beehive to our city. Beyonce has sold over 200 million records worldwide. With 32 Grammy Awards, she has received more than any other artist. But hold up, there's more. Beyonce's philanthropic endeavors show her dedication to many charitable causes. Beyonce co-founded Survivor Foundation for victims of Hurricane Katrina and Chime for Change, a platform designed to empower women and girls. She has championed marginalized communities and provided under-resourced programs through her nonprofit, Be Good. The Beehive is buzzing with excitement in our community. A local bakery loves brownies, Andrea Lacey, and I think she's here in the audience. If you'd like to stand, Andrea. Andrea reached out to us to donate heart-shaped brownies for the occasion, so thank you so much to the owner of Love's Brownie, Andrea. To formalize today's ceremonial occasion, I'm going to ask for a motion and second from our council to present the proclamation to name Beyonce Knowles Carter honorary mayor for August 30th and present her a key to the city.
So moved.
So I have a motion from the silver guy and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposition? No, and that passes unanimously. Let me take this here, this little bedazzled gavel. All right. So now we are honored to have Dr. Yvette Noel Schur here to accept the proclamation. Dr. Noel Schur is the Chief Communications Officer and co-founder of Schur Media Group and head of publicity for Parkwood Entertainment. She was a senior VP at Columbia Records, Sony Music for 17 years, with a roster of diverse acts, including Mariah Carey, John Legend, my favorite Prince, and Destiny's Child. In 2016, Billboard magazine honored Dr. Noel Schur as one of the music industry's 6 top-line publicists, and she was named a power publicist in Billboard's 2023 list. I'd like to invite Dr. Noel Schur to the podium to say a few words. And I want to know the last time you were at a city council meeting.
A very long time ago. I appreciate that.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello to Madam Mayor, City Manager, everyone on the council, and all gathered here today. Immense gratitude on behalf of Mrs. Carter to all who made the decision to honor her here in Santa Clara and in the state of California. I have worked with Beyonce now for close to 27 years. and it gives me great joy to see her still being recognized for her contribution to the arts and to society at large. She has spent a great amount of time honing her craft, not just to create memorable anthems, "Who Run the World, Girls," but also mantras to boost confidence, to get the strength to get up in the morning, to enter a room proud of who you are, whose you are, where you come from, and who you love. With the album Renaissance, she continues in her successful effort to celebrate, motivate, and promote self-love, freedom, authenticity, and joy. I am honored to accept your own recognition and celebration of Beyonce Knowles Carter. So from her heart, her company, Parkwood Entertainment, her family, and all of us who love her, especially the Beehive, we thank you so much. Thank you.
So I'd like to invite my council member colleagues to come down here, and Dr. Schur, Noel Schur, if you'd like to join us up here, we would like to make the presentation to you.
If you could tilt that forward, yeah, perfect, thank you. Just a little bit forward works great. Okay, one big smile here, one, and then another one. Can I get one this way, please? Perfect, thank you.
My bad, proclamation. Can you come back, council? Sorry.
You first. Kim. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. More, you good?
All right, Andrea, I think you have a bag for Dr. Schur. If you'd like to present that to her.
So our bakery has been,
If you'd like to go, Andrea, to the, yeah. And tell us what these treats are that you
Sure.
left
So
here.
I'm Andrea Lacey, founder, CEO, author, Loves Brownies. And I started my business, believe it or not, you guys, 27 years ago. I'm a digital native. I was before Google. And I started baking brownies at San Jose State, and I failed the same math class 5 times. I didn't know I had dyslexia. I baked brownies for someone who got me a job at Hewlett-Packard, and I didn't realize I transposed the brownie recipe. I doubled the chocolate by accident. So if you Google Loves Brownies and Good Morning America, you'll see the story. I've been on the cover of Black Enterprise magazines and others, so I brought the Beehive some brownies, and enjoy.
Very good.
Hey guys, you're welcome. So
This is
beautiful.
sweet. Can I just say one thing to you that you
Yes.
must do?
Yes.
So Miss B has as you know, Be Good.
Yes.
And Be Good funds. I mean, obviously you have to apply.
Yes.
But funds small businesses.
Okay.
So I need you to put it in your phone.
Okay.
Connect at begood.org.
Okay.
And you need to put your business on there for the next round of funding.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
You realize you just said that to the whole city of Santa Clara.
Hang on. I love
Hear
your
that,
do
Santa
it.
Clara?
Yes. Let me get video of you.
Hope you got that. Thank you.
And I love the silver. You look phenomenal in this
Thanks.
video. Can I get a little wave from you in the back with your back? With you and then his waving. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
So next we have Assemblymember Evan Lowe's district representative, Kimberly Yang Tran, with a presentation.
All right, I gotta channel my inner Beyonce right now. My name is Kimberly. I am representing Assemblymember Evan Lowe today. He is in our state capitol voting on some very important bills. So that's where he is. But I could honestly stand up here and talk about all of Beyonce's accomplishments and accolades, but I'm not gonna do that because we'd probably be here all night. Yes, she is the most highly acclaimed and successful artist of all time, but I think what I really wanted to highlight tonight is who she is off stage, and I think we've heard some of that tonight already, right? Really who she is as a person. I have a younger sister, she's 12, and when you ask her who her role model is or who her favorite celebrity is, Beyonce is probably #1. She's mentioned every single time you ask, and I think that's what Beyonce has really done for young girls, right, and young girls of color. And her steadfast and unwavering commitment to uplifting communities of color is really beautiful. And she's inspired and raised importance of representation and ensures that children see themselves reflected in media. She's used her influence to address and critique various issues that I think have lain dormant for a really long time, such as sexism, racism, LGBTQ rights, and female empowerment. She's an activist who recognizes the importance of civic engagement and leads by example in a plethora of ways. We've heard Mayor Gilmore talk about that tonight. And lastly, I think I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Dr. Yvette Noel Schur, because behind the very successful Beyonce is a powerhouse publicist. And she's been by Beyonce's side since 1997, so her Destiny's Child days. And in an interview, you said, "I'm a protector of narratives, and I'm an executioner." And I think it's important for whoever's watching and all in the room to recognize the important work you've done in protecting Beyonce's narrative, right? And showcasing her as a global icon that she is today. So thank you for all you do, for all that you do for who we know as Queen Bee. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, you're one of one. You're #1. You're the only one. Oh, come on, no one knows my Beyonce reference? So on behalf of Assemblymember Evan Lowe, we wish Queen Bee a very fantastic concert tomorrow night and hope that she has a wonderful time in Santa Clara. And I just wanted to put it out there and let you know that I am also free tomorrow evening. Just putting that out there. And I would love to present to you this resolution from the California Assembly recognizing tomorrow as Beyonce Day in California.
If you wouldn't come to the microphone, please, so everyone in Santa Clara can hear you.
So that everyone could hear. Tyler is going to take your email address. We're not going to tell you why, but he's going to take your email address. I do want to say specifically to your, was it your niece?
My sister.
Your sister.
She's 12.
To your young sister who is about to be 12, you said?
She's 11.
She's
almost 12.
11, okay. Beyonce started out at 11, as you know, and 3 years later, I met her. So she was a 14-year-old when I met her, with big dreams. And the thing I believe that worked for her, it's not so much her talent, which she had at a very young age, but she had people who believed in her, people who looked her right in the eyes and say, you can do it. And she had something that most young people need to have, and that's belief in themselves. And she put in all the work. So although people say, whether it's me or Tyler or any of the people who work with her, we raise ourselves up because she has raised herself up. And when you are putting great ingredients in the pot, only good food comes out of it. So continue to nourish your younger sister and always say, every day, my husband said that to my daughters growing up, hello, beautiful. You are loved. I believe in you. Anything you wish can come true.
Thank you, Dr. Noel Schur, for those inspiring words to our community, especially our younger generation. They need to hear that, and I think Beyonce's been a wonderful leader in that respect to so many. She's touched so many in our community and worldwide. I want to encourage all the concert goers to explore beautiful Santa Clara during your stay. There's a lot to see here and a lot to enjoy. And I know as we begin the countdown to the Renaissance World Tour, I'm sorry, Kimberly, but Beyonce is going to be busy running Santa Clara before the concert. So maybe we'll share her with the state of California as well. But I want to say that it's going to be a wonderful world tour for those that are going, those who are not going, at least we have a little bit of it this evening. So I want to thank our city manager and all of our staff that was involved with putting this together. Let me tell you, the excitement of this in City Hall is beyond, you just can't believe it. We had our city clerk staff that were going to dance to all the single ladies, but we heard we couldn't play the music because we would be pulled off Facebook Live. So we'll have to save that to next time Beyonce comes to Santa Clara. So thank you so much for being with us this evening and putting a little joy in our evening. And 12 o'clock tonight, no matter where we are at this council meeting, I'm gone. And somebody has to sit here, so you know who it should be. All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone. We appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
Madam
We
Mayor?
have comments. We do have comments from the council.
Thank you, Andrea, for the treats as well. You've left some for us. They'll come in handy later. Thank you. All right.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
You have some council hands up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I guess I thought I was the sparkliest one up here, but I guess apparently Vice Mayor Park seems to want to outdo me. I kind of see a competition here. Will you be wearing that the rest of the meeting? I hope you will. And Mayor Gilmore, did you say that we're going to have a Beyonce dance-off right here in the front? I'm kidding.
I tried, but they wouldn't let us play the music.
Well, anyway, so everybody, welcome to the Bay, and also welcome to the Beehive. I've been a fan of Beyonce since I was a young man, actually when I was a teenager, when Crazy in Love first came out. I'm excited to have Beyonce here playing at the city of Santa Clara, especially this proclamation to name Beyonce the mayor for a day for her concert at Levi Stadium, part of the Renaissance Tour tomorrow night. In fact, it is her first solo tour in over 6 years, I read, to be back here in Santa Clara. She was here in the prior tour in 2016, then an appearance at Super Bowl 50, which was here, at the halftime show, and lastly in 2018 with her husband Jay-Z. I just feel like with the Taylor Swift, just as last month's Taylor Swift proclamation, this will continue to put the city of Santa Clara on the map and being the center of what's possible. I know that Beyonce reached out to a lot of her fans and requested that they rock their most fabulous silver fashions, which I see Vice Mayor Park has outdone me, to her concerts for the next month in honor of her 42nd birthday, which is on September 4th. So happy early birthday to Beyonce. And she quotes saying, "Virgo season is upon us. This tour has been such a joy, and as we approach the last month, my birthday wish is to celebrate with all of you wearing your most fabulous silver fashions to the show 8/23 through 9/22. We'll surround ourselves in a shimmering human disco ball." I see a disco ball on the other side of the council chambers right now. Human disco ball each night, everybody mirroring each other's joy. Virgo season together in the House of Chrome. So I am very excited to see this tour here, and I'm proud to say that Beyonce is our mayor for a day.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Park?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for setting everything up. So I didn't actually want to wear the hair because it reminds me too much of what my hairstyle looked like in third grade. Actually, third grade all the way through college, but not supposed to say that. But the real issue is I paid for it. It came with the jacket, so here I am. It's funny, but council members, I think they know I was frantic. I was like, where can I get something that's silver? Not gray, silver. And then it came down to not just silver, but chrome. And I couldn't find it, but I found a place, Natasha's Attic in Campbell, that had this, and I was very grateful. But I want to say thank you to Beyonce and to her people, because without her coming, I wouldn't be here like this. Like, I'm going to tell you, my wife couldn't get me to do this. Right? My daughter hasn't asked yet, but I have to think about that. I also want to thank Love's Brownies for giving us this. I'm going to save this. Actually, I'm going to give it to my daughter as well, because everything kind of centers around her. But, again, I didn't expect this. What a great treat. Lastly, everything here was pretty good. I thought, oh, this is interesting. It's kind of what we expect, but I didn't expect to be touched so much by the words that the doctor said, which were, and I'm going to read it again, because I want my daughter to hear it, and anyone else out there that kind of needs these words, but it's, "Hello, beautiful, you are loved. I believe in you, and anything you wish can come true." And I think that for Beyonce to come here and to share that with us is the amazing thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so I know that that's a tough act to follow, but we have more exciting things on our special order of business. So next, I'd like to announce that the city is honored to recognize August 24th, 2023 as the 32nd anniversary of Ukrainian independence. Today, we recognize the importance of fostering understanding and supporting the aspirations of all nations towards freedom, justice, and independence. This evening, we're honored to have leaders of the Ukrainian community with us. The Ukrainian National Women's League of America is the largest Ukrainian women's organization in the United States. Branch 107 is located right here in Santa Clara. Their mission is to promote educational and cultural efforts and to provide humanitarian assistance to Ukrainians worldwide. We are honored to have the Consul General of Ukraine, Dmytro Kushnerik, I hope I got that okay, with us. And also with us is Irina Shmoz, President of Branch 107 of the Ukrainian National Women's League of America. I'd like to invite the Consul General and Irina to the podium to say a few words.
Thank you. Dear Madam Mayor, City Manager, and all the members of City Council, I'm honored to be here on behalf of Ukrainian community in Santa Clara, which is approximately 1,100 Ukrainians who made Santa Clara their home. And we would like to say thank you to everyone who unwaveringly supported Ukraine throughout this important fight for our independence and freedom for already 9 years and 6 months. And especially now, this is very important to all Ukrainians that live here in Santa Clara County and Santa Clara City, that you support and recognize our independence and integrity here in the city. And we hope that this common shared values of justice and liberty will keep us going moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, I want to first of all thank you very much for this proclamation, Mayor Gilmore, for doing it actually the second year in a row. And we, on behalf of Consulate, we thank you on behalf of the Ukrainian community, which I believe actually maybe even more than Ms. Irina said, because Santa Clara City has been a home to many Ukrainians, and more Ukrainians have come in the last year and a half. And we know that a lot of help was provided to Ukrainians here who became refugees, or as we call them, temporarily displaced persons, because we believe the war will be over and some of them will come back home. Would also be very grateful if the other help might be coming to Ukraine, and in forms of different ways, like maybe ambulances or firefighters equipment, or some other stuff. And we have here great organizations like Ukrainian Women's League of America, who are doing a lot. And we have other organizations like Nova Ukraine, who are very effective and can jointly help bring this stuff to Ukraine. And eventually, I've seen on the picture here that you have the sister cities with Coimbra, Izumo, and Limerick. So we would be happy if maybe one day, and we can work together on that, there will be a sister city with one of the Ukrainian cities, because our people are right now fighting for independence and also for the same values for all of us, like liberty and freedom. And that's why we think it will be very helpful and benefit for Ukrainian people. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I want to thank you for being here and for your organization's incredible work. So I'd like both of you to come forward, please. The council down. We have proclamations for both of you and something for the Consul General. You all can stay for our whole meeting. You're welcome. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. It is war nowhere is good, and it's very emotional and stressful what's going on in the world, and especially in Ukraine. So we are all stand with you for your freedom, for your rights, basically. And we applaud how you all standing up for your country, basically. It means a lot. And I just want to point out, I know mentioned that you all are, most of you are from Santa Clara. We have a lady over here in Santa Clara who has been to Ukraine on multiple humanitarian trips, basically, multiple times. And her name is Harbir Kaur Bhatia, and she's the CEO of the chamber right now. And also, she's on the board of Sister City International, board member nationwide. And I think you should get connected to her. She has been to Ukraine multiple times during all this war, like I think at least 2-3 times for humanitarian grounds. So I just want to say we stand with you, and we acknowledge what you're going through, and hope this world can be much more peaceful, and there are no wars in the world, so that everybody can live a peaceful, stress-free life for times to come, and which can be beneficial to not only us as an individual, but humanity in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. I will second what Councilmember Chahal said and save us a lot of time, but at the same time, I'm proud to acknowledge this as Ukrainian Independence Day, and America is always going to have your back.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Park.
So it's kind of funny, but for things that happen a half world away, you don't really think about all of the effects for people here. And I took off my hair, but I kind of wear the jacket, and this is for respect. But again, I thought you'd need a little bit of flash as well. I wish I had blue and gold. But I'll tell you, in February 2022, I led a team of engineers, and one of my engineers was actually in Ukraine, slated to come back in March for a green card interview with his new wife. And that didn't happen, and it was very interesting. We had a lot of talks with him. He's back now with his wife. Things went okay, but to say for 6 months we weren't worried about everything. He tried to come back, couldn't come back, couldn't even go. He traveled back and forth, east and west to try to return, and he could not do that. And his wife was able to come back, but of course she would not come back without him. More interestingly is we had another engineer who was in Siberia, Russia. And it was never uncomfortable because we were a team. And ultimately, my Russian engineer had trouble getting paid. And he had trouble with the situation, and he eventually moved to Kazakhstan. So I have a lot of respect for what happened, and we had a lot of discussions about what we could do. At the same time, right, I think that when we talk about independence, and I love the fact that you don't want to be referred to people as refugees, as temporary displaced, because you expect them to come back home, and I love that. And I guess I'll keep it short, but I heard I'm actually the liaison for the Santa Clara Sister Cities. I'm the council liaison, and I would love to work with your organizations to look into, to get a Ukrainian sister city for the city of Santa Clara. I mean, much like we have a Korean sister city MOU, and I'd love to, celebrate that. But Ukraine, let's do it. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm sorry that I can't be there in person this evening. It seems like I'm missing out on a lot of good special orders of business this evening, but I would dare say that this is definitely a significant moment Over the last year and a half, I know many in the community have gotten involved in supporting their Ukrainian community in any way they can. And one way was to purchase signs to put on their lawns that said, "We stand with Ukraine." And I was proud to have one on my own lawn until I ended up giving it away because it was such a popular sign. And I bought about 20 of them myself and gave them all out, including my own. But I think the highlight or the most significant moment for me was one day when I was at Stanford Hospital, and I met a doctor and that I was introduced to, and she told me that she was from Ukraine. And as soon as she said that, I put both my thumbs up and I said, "We stand with Ukraine." And I was just, and she had tears in her eyes. And I was just so happy to be able to have that opportunity to let somebody know how important it is that we just individually, but also as so many in our country, stand with Ukraine. And I think it's important to just continue to let the Ukrainian people know that we have their back. We want to see peace. We want to see independence. And we want to be able to celebrate that with them. So thank you for this opportunity this evening to celebrate the incredible country of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
I just want to say I admire the resilience and determination of the Ukrainian people to fight against the violent aggression of an authoritarian neighbor. I've come to realize what an industrial powerhouse Ukraine is and a breadbasket for the world, and the fact that you're not able to feed the world because of your neighbor's aggression is really terrible for the rest of the world. And I will fight for human rights wherever I can, just like you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I teach at the high school, and I always joke that it's like teaching at the United Nations because we have 52 native languages. And one of my favorite students who just graduated last year was from Ukraine. And then one of my favorite teachers, I teach computer science, and there's only 3 of us, and the other one is from Ukraine, and her family lives in the village that was one of the first ones bombed. She and I have had many discussions, and hanging in there is the most important. I am thrilled when I drive around Santa Clara and I see so many Ukrainian signs and flags. We feel very strongly. We have a lot of people here, and we want you to know that we care. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you being with us this evening. It was really special for us, so thank you. And thank you, Consul General, for making the trip here. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, our next special order of business. The city recognizes September as Community Preparedness Month. The theme is Santa Clara Ready, to bring awareness to the public on the importance of being prepared for any emergency. National Preparedness Month was launched in 2004 as part of FEMA's Ready campaign. September was chosen in commemoration of the tragedies of 9/11 and as a reminder that our community needs to be prepared for all types of emergencies. With our recent experience with the COVID-19 pandemic and the extreme drought, Santa Clarans should be prepared for all types of disasters, including earthquakes. In honor of Community Preparedness Month, the City Council presents a proclamation to the City of Santa Clara Office of Emergency Services. At this time, I'd like to invite our City Manager, Jovan Grogan, to share more.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council, and thank you for recognizing the importance of emergency preparedness. Unfortunately, I actually can't remember how many EOCs I've activated and worked in, and it's often part of government that we forget until we need it. But being prepared to protect the community that we serve is extremely important. I'd also like to take a moment to thank all of our employees in public safety and actually every city employee because we are all disaster service workers and every member of our workforce may be pressed into service. Here tonight we have Jennifer Guzman, the city's emergency management analyst, to represent the city's Office of Emergency Services. I want to thank her for coming. Jennifer, important to note, recently obtained her credentials from the California Office of Emergency Services, validating her proficiency to work 4 different roles in our Emergency Operations Center. And it's really a key thing to have people cross-trained because you never know what role you may fill in or how many shifts you may have to provide. And I'm also happy to announce that we have selected a new emergency services manager, David Flam, who could not be here tonight, but he will be joining the city's team at the beginning of October and help us continue our path forward to be prepared for disasters, but also help us execute a number of the large events that we will have in 2026, both the Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
I know we're not supposed to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'd like to invite Jennifer to come forward and the council down, not on script, but I saw her sitting there and we needed to do this because the jobs are so important. Again, I want to thank all of our staff for putting together all the special orders of businesses this evening. It was a lot of work, and they did a fabulous job, so thank you so much. All right, next we have the consent calendar. This consent calendar also includes the Stadium Authority and the Financing Authority with all the consent items. So all items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have a motion or Councilmember Jane?
Second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I will be recusing from item 3H. This is a battery storage system that's being proposed. While the proposal doesn't include any devices from Tesla, I do own Tesla stock, and so out of an abundance of caution, I'll be recusing from this item.
All right, thank you for that and noted for the record, City Clerk. All right, so I have a motion and a second. Councilmember Chahal?
Madam Mayor, I'll also recuse from this item because one of the sites where they're trying to put the battery is very close to my business.
Which item is that,
The
Councilmember Chahal?
3H.
3H, same
3H,
item, City Clerk.
3H. And the Raymond address where they will be using the battery, part of the batteries. I recused earlier too on that, so I'll recuse today too. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. City Manager, you don't have anything? Anyone from the public on the consent calendar? So we have a motion and a second for...
Just want to confirm with the attorney. Consent is for Council and Stadium Authority, and then the Public Facilities Financing Corporation, that's item number 6, correct?
I mentioned that in the beginning.
Right.
Financing Authority as well.
So that's item number 6 under public.
I think the clerk's just clarifying we don't have financing authority consent items.
Oh, we don't have
Yeah.
consent items. Oh.
Yeah, but good,
Abundance of caution.
good. I appreciate it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right. So when you're ready, City Clerk?
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
And just want to ask for the record, Councilmember Watanabe, you are alone in your room?
Yes, Deputy City Clerk, I am.
Thank you so much.
My father went to bed.
Okay.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next we have public presentations. Do we have any public presentations, City Clerk? Oh, and those in the audience, please come forward. Do we have any cards, City Clerk?
Yes,
Okay.
we have 2 cards. They're
Cards. Okay, is Howard one of them? All right, very good. Please come forward. Yes, welcome.
Anyway, I came for all kinds of things. A lot was, I really want to appreciate the Culture Commission and the park system that worked really great with them to put on the events this year. I went out to the Taylor Swift concert. Make a lot of money, right? Saturday, I made $0. But of course, I'm glad to find out the city made $0 for Friday and Saturday. I made more money at the street dance than I did Friday. And thank you, Mayor Gilmore and Kathy Watanabe and the mayor of Fremont, because you were 10% of my sales. That's because I had illegal vendors literally set right in front of me. When I told them there's at least a 200-foot rule, not my problem. That's what I got. 30 years ago, they would have got a baseball bat and bashed in. Now, we don't do nothing. We just let them take away from us. And that's the way it is. Not my problem. But I want to thank the city for giving me all the work to at least help out for the losses that's happening to me. I'm not doing the Beyonce concert because I know the same thing will happen to me again. No use in spending money to go out and do nothing. And park, I heard email address for funding. Maybe you can always ask them if Beyonce wants to help out with the swimming pool that's in your district. It would be great if Beyonce said, yeah, I'll fund that. Matter of fact, I'll build a new park, because she's that type of person. She can step up. Maybe you can give a little nudge. I always say, drag your council members kicking and scratching for those kids. Sound like a good opportunity. But anyway, I'm running out of time. I have much more to go. But I look forward to other events that we got coming in the city. I'm doing cinema in the park. Y'all come out and watch a movie. It's going to be good. That's all I can say for right now. And again, thank you for being 10% of my sales at Taylor Swift concert. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for providing wonderful hot dogs at our city events.
Keep working.
Concerts in the park and others. Thank you, Howard. All right, who do we have next?
John Stremmel.
John, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, and guests. My name is John Stremmel. I am president of a charity called TGA, and that stands for To Get Acquainted. Our mission is to put on dances for seniors to help them with basically getting out, getting some exercise, getting a community effort. We have an MOU and an understanding with the Santa Clara Senior Center, and we put on dances every Tuesday. Because of the senior center hours, that's from 12:45 to 2:45. We have usually about 70 people show up for the dances. We hire the DJ and the cashier, and if we have the opportunity for a little more time, we'd hire a dance instructor to encourage seniors to participate in these activities. So the reason I'm here tonight is to ask you for some encouragement or facilitation to extend the hours at the senior center from what now ends at 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Our 2-hour format kind of restricts us to be able to put on about 40 dances, which we take advantage of a break where we have line dancing to get everyone out onto the dance floor. We have a mixer where basically we play a couple of waltzes, I blow a whistle, and then everyone has to change partners, introduce themselves, and it gets to be a very friendly environment. As a matter of fact, that's our most common recommendation, that people like to come to the Santa Clara Senior Center because it's a friendly environment. So what my ask is that you encourage or recommend to the Senior Center to extend the hours on Tuesday. Right now it's to 3 o'clock on all days except Monday and Wednesday, where it goes to 7 o'clock. But if you extend that for 2 hours, we have the opportunity then to hire an instructor to instruct in a dance and bring out seniors that are a little more reluctant to get out and participate in this environment. So that's our ask.
Thank you very much. We can't take any action because this is public presentations, but our council has heard you and our city manager has heard you. They want to dance, city manager. 2 more hours on Tuesday. It sounds fascinating. I want to go. Sounds like fun. 2 more hours Tuesday. Thank you very much.
We had a dance today and everyone's invited to it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thanks for bringing it to our attention. All right, any other cards?
That's all I have.
Anybody online? No?
Not at this time.
All right, we're moving on then to public hearing, general business. The first item is public hearing actions on a mitigated negative declaration, MMD, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, MMRP, general plan amendment from neighborhood mixed use to very high density residential and a rezone from neighborhood commercial to planned development to allow the development of a 4-story mixed-use development with 39 residential housing units and 1,500 square feet of ground floor commercial space for the property located at 2655 The Alameda. And this is a public hearing, so I'm opening the public hearing. Community Development Director Crabtree, welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the Council. I am Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development, and I have a presentation here coming up shortly. So the 3 items before the City Council are a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, a general plan amendment, and a rezoning. Those are 3 items that the Council is considering tonight. And collectively, those 3 items would allow for a development to proceed that is 39 residential units located at this location. It's at the intersection of the Alameda and Park Avenue on a triangular lot, as shown here, just to the south of Santa Clara University. The project as a whole has 39 residential units, 1,500 square feet of commercial space. It's a 4-story structure with 1 level below grade of parking. And in the elevations here, on the top elevation to the lower right, you can see the retail frontage. Similarly, on the lower elevation to the bottom left, on that elevation, you can also see the retail frontage. Those are coming towards the front corner of that triangular parcel. And then you can also see on these elevations the entry point into the parking structure, so on the other end of each elevation. Looking a little more closely at the site plan for the project would have 2 points of access toward the southern end of the site, the base of the triangle, if you will, one off the Alameda, one off of Park Avenue, and those are located so a site that's both sort of logical from a site plan standpoint, but also removes them from the intersection so that there's a good distance separation there. The project includes 46 parking spaces, of which 38 are actually for vehicles and 8 are for motorcycles. It has 80 bicycle spaces, some outdoor open space, and the project would include the implementation of off-site improvements, frontage improvements for the sidewalk and street trees, so forth, as well as some traffic and pedestrian safety improvements. Looking a little more closely at the landscaping and open space, on the bottom left, you see an image at street level. There's a small sort of plaza space that would be located at the point of the triangle. And then on the bottom right, you see an illustration of the podium interior to the project. Podium level, open space as well. That includes barbecue area, ping pong table, some seating. So with these, the project provides some amenities that are both outward facing for the public as well as for the residents of the project. Looking at the project context a little bit more in depth, the project site is 0.4 acres. It's currently vacant. In the past, it was developed with a gas station. There was a soil remediation issue that has been worked through for several years and is being resolved with this project. Surrounding uses include Santa Clara University to the north. The dormitories, 3 dormitories are located along the other side of the Alameda, so it's a very close relationship to those. There's commercial uses to the south of the site, including a grocery store and some other retail. And then further to the west primarily is a residential neighborhood. The proposed general plan amendment would change the general plan from its current designation of neighborhood mixed use to a designation of very high density residential. The current one, neighborhood mixed use, does allow for residential development and ground floor retail, kind of similar to what's being proposed, but at a lower density than what is being proposed. So the point of the general plan amendment primarily is to increase the density to allow the number of units that's being proposed on the site. There's a little bit of a relaxation as well in the commercial requirement. The new project is not subject to 0.1 FAR, but it would be very close to that in any case with what they're proposing at about 0.9 FAR. Along with that, they're also proposing to change the zoning on the site. The current zoning is low-intensity commercial zoning, neighborhood commercial district that allows retail up to 3 stories. As noted, the project would be 4 stories. They're proposing a planned development zoning that's specific to the project design. It allows for the mix of uses, the number of residential units in a 4-story configuration. The city has conducted a thorough analysis and review of the potential environmental impacts of the project as required by the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and concluded that the project would not have the potential for any significant environmental impacts based upon the design of the project and standard mitigation measures that would be included within the project. The city accordingly has issued a mitigated negative declaration per CEQA and have prepared a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan for the project, which are part of the items the council is considering tonight. The city's received comments from the public through the CEQA process, including a comment from the ALUC that the project was consistent with ALUC policies. We've also received some comments, letters that came in after the project, but have also been included in your packet with response, including one from a community member, Mrs. Da, who expressed concerns with various issues, including the status of the soil remediation on site. So through our analysis, we've concluded that there would be no environmental impacts associated with that. As mentioned, the project with its implementation really completes the remediation. So it's a benefit actually to the environment and to the community in that regard. The applicant has conducted 2 community meetings, which were extensively noticed to the community. And we have also received public input at the Planning Commission meeting that was held in July. Community members have also submitted various comments in writing, which again are in your packet. Concerns raised by the community related to residential unit count or the density and sort of associated with that, potential impacts on traffic and pedestrian safety and on and off-site parking. We've also heard, as mentioned, the concerns about soil contamination and remediation for the project. And we've had some concerns about the architecture, some requests that it be improved. And the applicant has made changes to the project as a result of the community engagement process. They increased the number of automobile parking spaces from what was initially proposed of 33 to 38 spaces, and then added the 8 motorcycle spaces as well. The applicant has made improvements to the project design through this process as well. They lowered the building height, simplified the roof form to be more graceful. They added architectural details along the roof line, and at the point of the triangle, they really enhanced that, and made other improvements to the facade of the architecture in response to community input. The City Council recently received correspondence from Mr. Kelsey requesting additional pedestrian improvements, new limitations on parking in the vicinity of the project, and improved project architecture. Staff has reviewed these requests and in response provide that additional pedestrian facility improvements could be implemented in the project vicinity, but the city does not have the nexus to require these as part of the city's action on the project. Staff would not recommend the proposed parking restrictions out of concern that they could result in additional impacts by pushing parking further into the neighborhoods and have other inefficiencies related to that. And as noted, staff supports the current architectural design as being consistent with city requirements. Additional correspondence in your packet includes letter of support for the residential use on the site from Mr. Livak and an endorsement from Catalyze SV. So staff is recommending the project, and doing so is based on several considerations. The project does include, as noted, an amendment to the city's general plan to change the land use. And in looking at the overarching goals and strategies in the general plan, this amendment would be consistent with those in that it does support additional needed residential units within the city in a way that is compatible with adjacent land uses and fits in terms of density and massing with adjacent uses and would help to meet that need. It would also provide affordable housing units for the city. As designed, the project includes open spaces that provide amenities for future residents and which would activate the street level around the project. The project would also provide off-site pedestrian and traffic safety improvements. It is also important to note that the project site is located in proximity to transit services as well as nearby commercial uses, and so supports alternative modes of transportation such as walking, riding the bus, use of Caltrain. I would also note too that under state law, if a project is within proximity to transit, they are exempted from local parking requirements. So while there is a concern from the community about the amount of parking, the project technically is not required to provide any. The number of spaces, the 38 spaces that they're providing is really above what they are required to have. And so with that, staff is recommending approval of the project tonight, which includes adoption of the resolution for the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, adopting a resolution to approve the general plan amendment, and adopting a resolution to approve the rezoning as requested by the applicant. And staff is available should you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Community Development Director Crabtree. I'm going to ask the council, and this is questions only. Councilmember Becker.
And let me also note
Yes.
that, of course, the applicant is present and has their own presentation.
Right, we'll get to these questions first, and then we'll go to the applicant. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. Now, you did say that there is the number of parking spots that are already there. Let's say, for an example, if they do end up using up all those parking spots and there is a need for more parking, did they have any solutions, or did staff have any solutions on how to accomplish that? As well as, secondly, Mark Kelsey sent his email, which you already went over, the funding upgraded signals and crosswalks in this area. I know you said that's not part of this, but is that something that that council could recommend that staff do, or direct staff to do on the side? What kind of authority would council have to have that? Because I know that intersection, as Mark has described, is pretty dangerous, especially for pedestrians. And I think if we had it a little more highlighted, it'd be pretty good for the city, so for the community as well. So I just want to know what your thoughts are on that, and if we do have that authority to do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, my questions are also related to the letter from Mr. Mark Kelsey. It seems that there are a number of streets where there are 2-hour restrictions for parking, and a lot of students will park a car for multiple days and not use it. And having those restrictions sort of prevent students from either parking there, taking up spots that could be used by businesses. And there's a number of streets that don't have those restricted parking zones. And I'm wondering if you looked at Mr. Kelsey's letter and thought about why there aren't timed restrictions there, or whether those could be imposed. And then I think the idea is that there's a cost associated with putting in those restrictions, and I'm just wondering if maybe the developer could contribute to some of that, in that there would be parking overflow from the students from the development. And then if you could describe, I think you said that the developer responded to questions about the design of the building and did make improvements. Can you cover some of those? Or maybe the applicant could cover those. I'm not sure who's, since you mentioned it, I'm asking you, and those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director, for presentation. I had some of those concerns which I already mentioned, but in addition, on both sides of the triangle tip, basically Park and Alameda, is there an outside sitting on the open space? And if it is, are we taking any safety measures? Because both sides the traffic is, that area has a good amount of traffic. Are we putting some smaller beams so that outside people who are using the restaurant or whatever coffee shop is there, their safety is taken care of? Yeah, that's my question. And one other question is on the lower side, there's one staircase on the other side, on Alameda side towards the Safeway. Is that a staircase or is that an elevator on that side? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Crabtree. I think I have two questions. Number one, where this project is located, I know some of the streets nearby, I believe it's Hillmar. Where are those streets in relation to this project? Because I believe permitted parking has been put in place to protect those neighborhoods. And so I was wondering, will the potential parking overage from this project impact those neighborhoods, but at the same time, because there's permitted parking nearby, they won't be impacted. So I just want to confirm that. And then in relation to the pedestrian safety and traffic concerns, I too was wondering, you said that there is no nexus right now for putting safety measures in place. And I was wondering the same thing. Is it something that the council can take action on tonight in making some recommendations? So those are my only two questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane, you have another question? Or is your light still on?
No, I just wanted to disclose that I've had a couple of meetings with the applicant. So I just want to disclose to the public that I did have meetings with the applicant.
All right, thank you. I don't see any more. Director Crabtree, would you like the applicant to go while you have an opportunity to go over those questions, or would you like to answer them now?
I'd like to jump in and
Okay, go ahead.
Could you bring up the presentation, please? All right, so let me start with the question about off-site traffic safety improvements. So really what we're looking at, as I understand the request, is to do some enhancements to pedestrian crossings in the area. And those could run in the neighborhood of $45,000 or more per enhancement. There's really, there's always the potential to go spend more money and make enhancements. So technically, the city has the capability of implementing something like that. However, as mentioned, there are already some improvements included in the project. Those are the ones that were identified as being requirements for the development and limited by that. So anything beyond that, my understanding is it would probably need to be voluntary on the part of the applicant if they wanted to contribute towards additional things and not something further. But I will, of course, the city attorney would like to weigh in on that as well, since it is a legal question.
Yeah, let me take that. Javon Grogan, city manager. I think what the director is articulating is anything that's required as per the plan is already included. To go anything beyond that, we really can't take any action on that or even consider that. Any traffic improvements really need to be studied. They need an engineering analysis. Cities have design immunity when you actually go through the process and design it. So you don't want to pick any potential treatments or seek anything additional now. I would say that a general direction from council for staff to look into any potential improvements that may be needed, and know that we may look at it and there may not be any traffic warrants for any additional improvements. Certainly you can have constituent concerns, or even council members can say, hey, I've been near an intersection, and will you look at it? But until we really analyze it, we can't make any conclusions, nor could we propose any treatments.
Madam Mayor, if I might add to that from a legal standpoint, as the director indicated, there's a belief that the kind of improvements that are being described don't have nexus to this project itself. It's really kind of an adjacent, condition, not one that this particular project impacts. So from a legal standpoint, while that may be a justified action that the city could look, into, as Manager Grogan described to you as a condition or action on this project, we wouldn't recommend it.
Thank you.
And we did review police calls for traffic-related issues in the vicinity of the project from the last year. There were two. They were both related to alcohol usage and did not involve pedestrians. So we didn't have any record of there being specific concerns with pedestrian safety in that regard. I'm looking at the question about on-site parking, having parking restrictions. I guess part of the question is, what is the scale of what we're discussing? If we're talking along the immediate project frontage, as something like through the typical project development process, they could implement some restrictions in that regard. But if we're looking at something broader than that, it would really be a more involved process. We'd want to do its own community outreach around that, because there may be different concerns in the community about doing something like that. There's a mix of conditions in the neighborhood. There are some places with parking restrictions, there are some without, some streets without. It's really a mix. And so I would say that anything sort of broader than the immediate project frontage would really be a separate effort and would be something the city would have to undertake as sort of a public works project. And public works staff may want to weigh in on that further. Then there was a question about outdoor seating. I brought up this image. You can see the yellow tables there along the commercial space. So there is the potential for sort of some outdoor space, but then you do have a fairly wide sidewalk, street trees, and on-street parking, which all provide a buffer between that space and traffic. So, it's the analysis of the conclusion of staff is that there's sufficient buffering for that. And then there was a question about what specifically changes have been made for architecture for the project. So I mentioned in my presentation earlier that they increased the number of parking spaces initially from 33 to 38 plus 8 motorcycle. They provided a loading area along Park Avenue. They did include the pedestrian and traffic improvements that were conditioned as part of this by staff. They added the outdoor space that you see here at the sort of tip of the triangle, as well as the landscape, the seating along there on the frontage of the commercial space. They reduced the height of the building, which was initially at 63 feet to 55.5 feet. They changed the architectural style from what was called contemporary mission to the more classical contemporary design that you see in these elevations. They added sort of a different architectural treatment along the ground floor for the commercial that wasn't in the initial project. There's some introduction of vertical elements to add sort of a more vertical pieces that was breaking up, again, the facade. There were some gable roof features that were removed that helped with the height reduction and frankly weren't really in keeping with the style compatible with what was across the street, in our opinion. And they changed from an exterior of all stucco to a mixture of, with some wood panels to, again, sort of add more articulation to the elevations. The windows were recessed. There were dentils added along the rooftop, and there were wood trellis features at the garage entrances and wrought iron balcony railings that were added as well. So there were a number of measures that were taken to enhance the architecture of the project. And then there was a question about the stairways. So I think if you look at this site plan, again, the orange area at the top is the commercial. Immediately to the south of that, there's sort of a lobby in gray with the elevator and stairway. Then you have in yellow, some residential units that come down to the front, to the first floor. You have bicycle room, some utility space, the main parking, and then there is a stairway at the bottom right of the site plan. And perhaps that's something that the applicant could weigh in on if you have further questions about it. I think I covered all the topics that were raised.
Very good, thank you. Thank you so much on that. Now I'm going to give the applicant a chance to make a presentation. So when you're ready, please come forward. Welcome.
Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Anjali Nanda Habis, and I am a partner with Capital Partners, who's the developer here. I think it's important to note before I move on to my presentation that I stand before you today as a double Bronco. So I went to Santa Clara University undergrad and Santa Clara Law School. So I passed this site almost every day for 7 years. At a high level, this project provides much needed housing at a time when the city needs housing stock. However, equally as significant, or perhaps even more significant, this project will finally transform a blighted corner and an eyesore of 30+ years into a beautiful mixed-use building for the community. The site, as some of you may know, and as Director Crabtree said, used to be a Unicol gas station, which closed in the late 1980s, and the underground storage tanks were removed in 1991. Literally since then, for over 30 years, the site has sat empty, fenced off, and often used as a dumping ground for Santa Clara students to dispose of their old couches. Not only can I vouch for that as a student, but as an owner, I've already had to remove 2. This project will transform that corner by providing 39 residential units and a new retail shop at the intersection, which includes an attractively designed outdoor patio space. This project is located very close to 2 important things. The first is the Caltrain station, which is less than a mile away. And the second is the university. It is literally a crosswalk away from the university. You cannot get any closer. We will be building an on-site bike room, including e-bike lockers. This feature will encourage any students that rent units to walk or bike to campus. Our plans also provide for new pedestrian improvements to the intersection of the Alameda and Park Avenue with new crosswalk and pedestrian safety features. This will improve traffic safety along the Alameda. This, as well as other traffic mitigation measures, are outlined in the negative declaration report prepared by David J. Powers and Associates. Our greater team is here to answer any questions this evening, including our architect, Ken Rodriguez, our environmental consultants who prepared the negative declaration from the David Powers team, and our environmental attorney, Suzanne Varco, online virtually, to answer any specific questions about the soils mitigation for the site. So in conclusion, Capital Partners is very excited to develop this project and finally transform a blighted corner and an eyesore for 30+ years into a beautiful mixed-use building for which both Santa Clara University and the students are looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Gilmore, members of City Council, my name is Ken Rodriguez. I am the project architect. And I just want to have a brief presentation to run through. As Director Crabtree did an excellent job in the presentation and answered many of my questions about the architecture, our parking, and some layouts, I'll try not to repeat some of that. One, I wanted to talk about the retail component that we have on the first floor. We've got a neighborhood serving 1,500 square foot retail shop, restaurant, something that, again, would be an asset, I think, to the neighborhood. There was a question about the outdoor patio, a great question about safety. We have actually a raised planter, which you can see in this rendering, that protects any of those tables and would work exactly as you said, a concrete beam or something like that. And again, the architecture, we had a series of community meetings. Andrew laid out those, and we got a lot of input, which was great. And one thing that people wanted to see is a high quality, high detailed building. And I think we've come to a really good solution on that with the upper dental treatment that's very historical detailing, a combination of materials and plaster, wood siding, gridded windows, glass windows to add some character, recessed balconies, not balconies that protrude, but actual recess to create some shade and shadow line. And then, important, the entire ground plane has been activated with landscaping. This isn't a building right up to the sidewalk. You can see completely around it, we'll have landscaping, as well as at the cafe element, we will have some outdoor seating there where we want to activate the street. And this is another view from Park Avenue. You can see on the right-hand side, the entrance to the garage. We've added a trellis feature with colorful vines, the landscaping that I mentioned along the side of it, recessed entries to enter into the lobby and to the other housing functions, and then to the left-hand side, this cafe, this outdoor cafe that'll happen. I won't go through the numbers again. I thought Director Crabtree did a great job of that. I would be happy to answer any of the questions on function. The one thing, again, I wanted to point out, as Anjali did, as a developer, they were really looking to try to get something that was going to work with alternative transportation, not just the car. This particular project has 80 bike stalls, a lot, and e-bike stalls included. So we're really encouraging the residents, be it students or be it the public, to utilize other forms of transportation, not only the bicycles, but also electric scooters and over to the Caltrain station. We also wanted to create this interior environment. It is a busy street. We think we've got a unique plan on this very difficult triangle site where we've placed this interior courtyard for the residents on the podium of the second level, and then an open donut that looks down from the third and fourth floor. So as the director said, there's outdoor barbecue areas, outdoor seating, outdoor entertainment area. I think will really be an addition to the residents who live there. We reviewed height and building materials. I'll be happy to go back and talk about any of those if you'd like. The landscape plan, as we talked about before, this shows a very good view of that patio, the landscaping feature right at the round turret, and then some seating that runs down both the Alameda and Park, again to activate that street. And we also have 3 residential units that open out onto those 2 streets to get bodies and activation out onto the public street, which I think will be a great thing from a safety standpoint. So with that, that concludes my presentation. We would love to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I think we have some. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. When I looked at this, my first thought was, oh, this is the Flatiron Building. Maybe I thought of that because of the shape or because of just the site and the triangle idea. I love the bike amenities. What my question was is I heard cafe and I heard restaurant. I wonder if the retail part is vented appropriately so it could be a restaurant. That's my question.
Before you answer that, let me see if there's any other questions. What we do here at City Council meetings is we take all the questions first and then have you attempt to answer all of them if you can. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you have considered putting timed parking along your frontage to prevent students from parking there full time. It sounds like that should be fairly easy for the city to do.
I think we do the time parking, not them, but yeah, okay. Maybe the staff can answer that. Anyone else for the applicant have a question? No, okay, that's 2 questions. You're lucky.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. Members of the council, the venting for the cafe, to answer your question, yes. We are including it to vent all the way to the roof, which will be good from getting any kind of cooking odors way up, and not close to the pedestrians, number 1. And number 2, we're putting in a grease interceptor, so again, we could have a full kitchen in there. So that's a big commitment for a 1,500-foot cafe, but that gives us a lot of flexibility. The second question was on the time parking along the frontage. We haven't discussed that with staff. I'm happy to have that discussion with them. I believe you're talking about Park and the Alameda. Yeah. And I would just turn that question over to staff. I don't think from our standpoint we have a problem either way.
City manager, do you want to weigh in on that? That's a staff question.
Sure. At the appropriate time, we have Director Craig Molback of the Public Works Department. So, Mayor, if you would like staff.
Yeah, and why doesn't he answer that now, since that was a couple of questions earlier as well? Welcome, Director Molback.
Thank you very much. Craig Molback, Director of Public Works. Yeah, in terms of parking, as the applicant mentioned, that didn't come up in discussions with CDD. But as with all the parking restrictions, as you recall, we've come and discussed other areas in the past. The traffic engineer only has authority up to limiting traffic at 249 feet, or 349, right? 349 feet. Beyond that, then it requires council action. So I think if there is a desire to restrict parking in front of a project, I think that's appropriate that the project, take a look at that, review that as part of the project, and then council could authorize that. When you get into discussions about restricting parking elsewhere, I think it's a much bigger process because of the unintended consequences. If the concern is about where additional residents park, obviously if you restrict the areas in front of the property, the people who need to park keep pushing further and further out. Furthermore, there was a comment about existing parking restrictions. Some of those neighborhoods have requested those. Based on their requests and the distances, council has approved those in the past, but not all of them have those restrictions and not all of those areas wanted them. So I think when we get into these projects that aren't required to fully provide parking, it raises those types of issues.
Director Mobeck, if you just wait there for 1 second. Councilmember Becker, do you have a question for Director Mobeck?
Yeah, another question I had, which is looking at this design. I know sometimes designs take out power poles and lighting and stuff like that, but on the opposite side, from the angle that we see here, the opposing side, I think it's Bellamy, if I'm correct, Park Avenue. On that side, is there any plan, because looking at the map right now on this side, is there any plans to have any lighting on that side?
So I haven't been involved in the details of this project from that perspective. I don't know, Andrew, if there's any changes in lighting that you're aware of. I haven't been involved in that.
Okay.
Is there any questions for Director Mobeck? Councilmember Jane, before you answer that, Director Crabtree.
Yeah, generally, if you have a neighborhood and you want to do some sort of restrictive parking, you have to get agreement of a number of the neighbors. But in front of a project like this, do you have to get agreement from anybody else?
So I don't know what the past, preference has been of the council. I'm not aware of needing that because this building occupies that space. So I think that's a discussion for council. Obviously, if that's something that you want to approve, then you could make that approval of. You do have the authority. You have the authority to do it elsewhere in the city as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes, please, go ahead.
Councilmember Jane's question. I just want to point out, like he kindly pointed out, that it was the neighborhood's concern that we are underparked. So if you restrict parking in front of our project, you're only pushing parking into the neighborhood, which is what the neighbors have said in our community meetings is a concern of theirs. So I just want to point that out. But again, and as an attorney, I can say that's within the city's jurisdiction, not mine. That's a public right-of-way. So it's your decision if you want to restrict the parking. It's not mine.
Thank you, Anjali. Director Crabtree.
Sure. So the question was about lighting. As noted, the project is going to do full frontage improvements along the project side of Park and the Alameda. So really, there's a public works review process that comes through, where they look at all the designs of that. I mean, there are conditions included in the zoning that require those full frontage improvements with the sidewalks and redoing some of the street pavement and so forth along the frontages. And through that public works review, they would determine per city standards where, if traffic lights I believe street lights are required, they would be implemented through that on the frontages. There's not a requirement to do anything sort of beyond that. The project is conditions includes some contribution towards the intersection improvements there that are sort of on a fair share basis. And those are the primary things. And again, the question about could we do something with parking restriction along the project frontage? My understanding is yes, we could through this entitlement along specifically along the street adjacent to the project.
All right, thank you. So I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much. It is a public hearing. We're going to go to the public now. I see, Councilmember Becker? Mark, if you'd like to come forward, please. If any member of the public wants to speak, now is the time to either raise your hand or put it in a card if you can. Welcome.
Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight on this project. I'm Mark Kelsey. My wife and I have been longtime Santa Clara residents, and we live in the neighborhood adjacent to this project. I am very concerned that we're granting another a general plan amendment to make this project possible, further exacerbating, what the problems in the neighborhood, and are we really getting any community benefit for this? Are we getting substantial amount of affordable housing? No. But more, if this project is approved, I have a lot of concerns, and my neighbors have a lot of concerns about the pedestrian and traffic safety in the area. This intersection is already very dangerous and confusing. With this large building, the visibility is going to be reduced significantly. I note that the plan calls for countdown timers for the pedestrian crosswalks, which is great, but I think that the lane striping, the turning, the signals in this area need significant improvement. It is very confusing as to what signal goes to what lane. In addition, I do think that the crosswalks that are nearby on Park Avenue and on the Alameda, on Market Street, are going to be further affected with additional pedestrian traffic and confusion, and should be upgraded as well. And then I do think that it would be beneficial to put time-limited parking along Park Avenue and the Alameda. Nearly all the streets in the surrounding neighborhood are either 2 or 4 hour parking. Park Avenue and the Alameda are not. It's already compromised for the retail businesses there, and so I think that would be great if we could do that. And finally, I would ask the developer to consider offering Santa Clara University students paid on-campus parking as an action to help mitigate parking issues in the neighborhood. As a developer already noted, this is primarily a benefit to Santa Clara University. Thank you.
Thank you. The bell. Shreya? Shreya? Is Shreya online? Yes, I see. You're muted. Go ahead, please. Hello? Shreya?
Hello.
Yes, hello. Yes, go on, please.
Hello, I am Shreya Choksi, Manager of Development Projects at Catalyze SV. I would like to thank Anjuli and Capital Partners for sharing their project with our members who scored this project 3.8 in April 2023. Our members, which include many Santa Clarans, support this project, and we hope you approve it today. We would like to see this housing go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, go ahead, Adam.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This project, I think, should be have a little bit better architecture. It has not changed since the community meetings. And I think Councilmember Hardy said, it's supposed to be iconic. It's got this really unique shape, and I think there could be a lot more done with it. And I really would like to see more effort put in, not just for this project, but other projects coming forth. And that's going to be that council has to hold project proposals to a higher standard. The major issue with this project that I see is it requires a general plan amendment. We had seen one last week. It looks like it's very similar. I think that the city should hold tight to the general plan that we have, and have the developers use the state density bonus law to achieve the additional density that they see fit. This is something that's clearly laid out. It would create a fair playing field for all developers, as well as it would provide the city with the lower affordable housing that it desperately needs to meet our RHNA numbers. If we give all of our value away and not get the housing, and more importantly, the affordable and lower affordability housing with that value, we're never going to achieve what the state's asking us to achieve. I also would like to second the idea that I think another resident had said. I think it would be a great idea for the developer to provide parking passes for the university. I do believe that the university has said that their parking structure along Benton is not full during even the school year. So that would be something that I'd like the developer to also work out to alleviate some of the trouble to the neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Betsy, go ahead, Betsy.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say I was part of the Catalyze SV group that supported this development. I think in general, it's headed the right direction. I would, I think there are a few neighbors who don't think that that people can do without a car. I did without a car the whole time I was in college, and it's one of the reasons I graduated with no student debt. I would urge the council to ask, not how many more parking spaces can we cram in, but how much does it raise the rent every time we ask for more parking? And I will leave it at that. I support this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Betsy. I don't see any others online. Is there anybody here in the audience that would like to speak? If so, come forward. All right, seeing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Becker to close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Before you take that action, I just wanted to make sure we got check with the developer whether or not they wanted to rebut any of the public testimony with comments. They would have up to 5 minutes.
Oh, but I normally close the public hearing. Do you want me to close the public hearing after their comments?
Yes,
Okay.
I would.
All right,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
let's hold on that. All right. Let me ask the applicant if they would like to make any comments about what the public testimony was.
Sure, I'll just make it short. The first is, I think Mr. Kelsey mentioned there is no affordable housing. There is 15% affordable housing units designated here as required by the state. In terms of community benefit, we are adding a cafe or a restaurant use, so I would like to think that that is a community benefit. And it is a community benefit to the student community, which lives heavily on that side of campus on Bellamy and Market Street. I think that was all the comments I wanted to address. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you very much. The only one that I wanted to state on the architecture, we all agree that different looks and different feels, work for individuals. I will say we had a tremendous amount of input, both from the community. We also had the community meeting that Catalyze SV had, where many members from Santa Clara attended that too. And the detailing that's on this project is of very high quality. Again, I would urge you to look at the drawings and look at the quality of the dental treatments, the trim details around the windows, the combination of multiple glass windows. So while I appreciate the comment, I also wanted to tell you how much we appreciate the direction that we've worked toward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for those additional comments. So now I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So now is the question for asking something. Questions have gone. I think this has been a very odd lot, and personally, I did like the planning done by the developer to put forward the plans and layout. And some of the good things which I liked was solar on the top, bike stalls, motorcycle parking. And I know you did not have to provide the 38 parking, but you still provided those as per the state law, you don't have to. And second floor open to the third and fourth floor. That will give a resident a good quality of life for those who are on the second and third, very good lighting. And the shape of the lot was pretty odd, and given the parameter, given the situation, you have worked really well to present your plans. But still, there are some things which residents, and I will ask for those, like SCU parking passes. I think one of the concern of resident was the parking which is major concern about the neighborhood parking anyway. So if we can work on that, I don't know what will be the modalities of, though that would be, I can ask staff to find out modalities, how you can work out with, so they're providing SCU parking passes at SCU parking lot, basically, that. And we had the similar, like, there's a reason you're coming to us for plan development approval on this one. And I think, just like one we heard last week, there is a room to give back to a little bit more to the community. And by that, what I mean is 15% is mandated by the city ordinance for affordable component. I would like that if you can give it 20%. Our last developer, when we were giving that plan development ask to the developer, they did agree to that, like 20%. And 20% over here is basically 8 units for affordable component. I would request that you, instead of 15, give us back 20%. And I know being very, very close to university, it will bring some students out of the neighborhood. That's a positive aspect of it. Those are my comment, and that's my ask, basically. To ask, as mentioned by the community, city SCU parking passes for the residents and 20% affordable instead of 15%. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know that this was, as stated before, that it was a former gas station. I remember that as a little kid when they first got rid of it. And it is a very weird location. I know that once the gas station was gone, that was my biggest concern for years, was who would want to put a development on it. Actually, you've all changed my opinion since then. Now, I know that there was a talk about, police reports that there's only been 2. And, I'm going to reference that. There was on, the Planning Commission meeting last week, they had a discussion about a daycare going to be proposed over at the corner of El Camino of the old La Paloma restaurant. And that, Commissioner Salam and a few other commissioners mentioned, those are basically the, reports that are on record from the police. We don't have reports of what happened without police being recording it. So I know that there is a traffic issue in that area. I know that there has been speeding. I've witnessed it, I've seen it. And those are a lot of my concerns, and I know a lot of you may have the same thing. I do have concerns also, I think mentioned by the public and many others, is about the concerns about how often we're doing general amendments. I know that's a major concern, and I frankly don't like that direction often that we're going in. The other thing is that we're, I heard the word that we're in a housing crisis and this is going to be beneficial, but at the same time I see it's SCU students will be benefiting, I think, a lot from this. And when we're in a housing crisis, usually I think it should be considered for other people. I do agree with Councilmember Chahal about 20% and stuff like that. That would be preferable, but I don't know if that's something the authority that we might have, and I would like to get confirmation from that. On the other, let's see. I already covered the part with the lighting on the backside, but let's talk about things that I do like about this project and what is good about it. I do like that something's actually being done here. I know what you talked about with the reference to the couches on the property. I've seen those several times. I feel for you. So I see that this is a good thing to probably design this. At the same time, I'm glad to see that a discussion of coffee shop or a restaurant is a good thing to be there. And hopefully it's a successful business. Biggest thing I have to say is I'm so glad, thank you, that it's not mission style. I mean, mission style has been beaten like a dead horse around here, and we are looking for new blood in our designs. I do agree with some of the colors that it could be a little more tender love and care in the design. I do like the way that you guys redone the curve. It's a little better than I saw before. It's kind of, to me, looks a little Art Deco-like, or something like from, I think someone might have said from New York City or something, or wherever that building is in New York. But I like what it's looking. I do hear concerns of what Councilmember Chahal was talking about, and I would like to see some of those things implemented. But in the process, I would like to make a motion to adopt staff recommendation. Sorry, I just lost it in front of me right now.
That's right. Ready to go.
Adopt staff's recommendation, alternatives 1, 2, and 3. Do we have to do it in separate, or do we have to do it in all?
You could do, on this item, you can take them all together.
Okay, so I'll take them all together to take staff's recommendation, but I'm also at the same time willing to do some friendly amendments that if anyone has any proposals, but one of them I do have proposal of is about getting the SU parking passes. That would be something I would be wanting to see myself.
Mayor.
All right, so city manager?
Sure. Just before there's a potential second on that, I think it's important to note that for this project, we cannot require parking. This project could actually be proposed without any parking as per state law. And so the nexus to require the developer to provide the residents with parking passes appears to sort of conflict with our inability to require parking.
Okay, so while I got you still here, what about what Councilmember Jane was talking, not Jane, Councilmember Chahal was talking about of 20%? Is that something we can do?
That also has challenges as negotiating from the dais as well as our objective standards. So why don't I turn that over to the city attorney?
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Becker, to the extent our existing affordable housing standard is a 15% standard and we don't have a rule on the books for a 20% standard, I would not recommend that as a condition on the project. If there was a development agreement, involved where there's some kind of negotiation on community benefit, that is the kind of thing that you might include in that. But for this type of project, those are both the parking matter identified by City Manager Grogan and the affordable housing enhancements would create challenges from a nexus and having an existing standard ordinance legal basis for imposing those.
So in that case, I understand that I've been noticing a lot with projects of wanting 20%. That is something that we should probably go on a policy route discussion later at a future date where we can implement those kind of things if we did that.
Yeah, you certainly could. I don't know where staff's at in evaluating that. That's a pretty substantial requirement. I don't know where staff is at evaluating that, but from an overall policy standpoint, that is the kind of thing that the council could do.
Okay, so my recommendation is as follows is what staff is providing, 1, 2, and 3. And I'm also open to friendly amendments if it's within the legal bounds.
Right, so we have a motion for staff recommendation.
I would like to second that.
And there's a second. All right, Councilmember Hardy, you're up.
Yeah, I will say I like this proposal. And when I said the Flatiron Building, that was a compliment. And I like the idea of what you've done. I think it's a vast improvement from our couch dump that we've had. And then we won't have any problems with them dumping the couches and or lighting them on fire, because that has happened, we know. There is a lot of positive in this, and I love the details, and I think you did a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I'm impressed by the number of community meetings and that the developer or the applicant did listen to the community and added the recessed windows, recessed balconies, wood paneling, sort of went away from a mission style. So I'm very impressed by that. I know that Santa Clara, you already had this discussion, Santa Clara has a very reduced parking fee for off-site parking, not on campus. So there is that, but I know we can't ask for parking. I would like to see the time parking on the frontage because, as Mr. Kelsey had said, it's mostly businesses in this area, and this would prevent people from bringing cars and parking overnight and taking up spots for businesses. I know Santa Clara University is trying to get to scope 3 carbon zero emissions by 2029, so bringing fewer cars is probably a good idea for traffic and such. So I guess I'm interested in the time for parking, just on the frontage. And then one of the things that came out of the downtown task force is that the restaurants should have clear windows on them, which really opens it up to the public. And so those are the two things that I'm kind of trying to ask for. And I don't think that they're, big asks. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights on. Vice Mayor Park?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much for the application as well. I mean, I looked at this plan. I've looked at a lot of things. I drove around a lot today looking at different things. I love the bicycle spaces. I love the fact that the proximity to the train station, because that's where the bicycles will likely be used, except maybe not. I love the proximity to the university. I love the openness of the design inside. But I do have a lot of concerns, which is it's a crosswalk away from the university, which is a big bonus. But my question is this designed as another off-campus dorm? Because if it is, I mean, it provides much-needed housing. I agree with that. But how many of these units are for sale or for rent? I mean, I feel like it's designed and aimed for students. And my question is always, is this just the dorm masquerading as housing? Because it doesn't address the people who are unhoused, and I know it's a big concern of mine. And when I look at the slides, when I look at all the beautiful pictures here, like I actually went to the places to take a look here, and like either from Park Avenue or from the Alameda, it's not possible to get these kinds of views, meaning I do understand that you've taken some graphic liberties here, but it'd be really nice to see what the project would look like in reality. Right, and there's just no way to get these views. These look very open here, they look very nice. But when you actually go to the spaces, there's just no way to get that. The cafe and the restaurant, it's 1,500 square feet. And it seems like a lot, but the original use was a minimum of 1,700 square feet, actually a little bit more than that. And the original use was retail store, support services, local serving offices. And to put a cafe there or a restaurant there, I mean, it's another isolated restaurant that doesn't really have parking for guests. I mean, if we limit the parking along the frontage, where will customers go? If it's just intended for students, then it's not really residential community use. I mean, that's a big concern of mine. I mean, I see the open space at the tip, but it's only because you can't really build anything there. And I think that rather than think about, well, what kind of small things can we put there, we really need to look at, I mean, this used to be a retail space. I mean, it was neighborhood, I forgot the exact designation, but it was neighborhood commercial, right? With a minimum of 0.1 FAR. And I look at that, 0.4 acres, 0.1 FAR, 1742 square feet. Up to, almost 7,000 square feet, and we're getting 1,500. And the 1,500 is none of the uses that was originally intended there: retail, store, support services, local serving offices. Right? I mean, when I look at projects, we're asking for a general plan amendment. And I said this before, if we ask for a general plan amendment, it ought to be something better than the general plan offers. It shouldn't be just to support a project that's put here. Like, I understand it's housing, but there's lots of ways to put housing here, and respect the underlying intent of the zoning. Every single time we change this project, like I see planned development, every single time we do that, I think, oh my goodness, here's another piece we're chipping away. Like, I've been in planning commission, I think a lot of people here in staff, the planning staff know that I've gone to planning commission often to say, why are we replacing a minimum? Why are we doing the minimum with retail and office and then doing the maximum with housing? Like the original, if I take a look at the original calculations, it's 14 units. We're putting in 39. And 14 units, 39 doesn't sound like a lot, but that's almost 100 units per acre. right? I know the designation is very high residential. It starts at 37 plus, but I mean, we're putting in almost 3 times that amount, right? I don't see the benefit to the community here. Like, that's what I don't see with the original. When I take the original use and I think about, okay, how are we improving the original use with this general plan amendment? I just don't see it. Like, I like the solar. I like the motorcycle parking. I mean, I heard the comment, oh, we don't even have to put in parking, but we will put in parking because, to be honest, there's a big difference between required and doesn't make sense not to put it in. Like, every single time people talk about retail and they don't put in any parking or they threaten to not put in any parking, I think, oh my goodness, the retail's not for real. Right. I mean, we had a comment from people who said projects have better architecture. And I looked at this and I looked at the site and I imagined what it's going to be. And I think, yes, I agree. I think that this kind of place shouldn't be about the detail, shouldn't be about the wood detailing, shouldn't be about recessed windows. But I think, you've got an iconic, it should be a unique building for where it is and the shape that you're going to get. And the fact that we can't ask for additional affordable housing, like, that's a shame. Because if we're going to get this kind of density with this kind of additional housing, it'd be really nice to get something for the city, give something to not just the students that are going to live there, but for people who need housing. We can't even get passes for the students that are inevitably going to live there because of proximity, maybe because of how you market these units to people. And this is a shame. And all these things together, like, I think you've got the votes to pass it, but I can't support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members that haven't spoken yet? Okay. I'll just give my comments. This project, I remember the gas station over 30 years ago, and ever since then, when that gas station closed and went to cleanup, it's a trash dump. It's horrible. It's overgrown, it's full of garbage, it's just an attractive nuisance. I'm actually quite pleased with the project. I think the building is quite attractive, and again, to each his own. Everybody looks at a project and decides whether or not they think that its architecture is pleasing to them or not. It's very personal, and if you put 10 people in a room, you're never going to get the same response. Some will think it's horrendous, others will think it's the most beautiful thing they've seen. But I think the building is quite attractive. I'm actually surprised that you were able to design something on that difficult of a piece of property. So I'm actually quite pleased with it. I think it's really going to clean up the area and be attractive for our community, for our Santa Clara community. I've always been so embarrassed about that property, which is, part of that Safeway lot, which makes everything just look so bad. It just looks bad, that whole area there. So I think this is really going to be an upgrade to it. I think whether you have students in there or not, if there's students in there, then great, they'll take them out of the neighborhood. If not, I'm sure it's not just limited to students. You'll rent to anybody at the point, because it's really a great location for professors and students and administration, city employees. I mean, anybody, could live in that place. It's wonderful. I like the idea of the restaurant cafe, because I think there has been coffee shops and others there in the past that have struggled. So I think that location is fantastic. I think you did a great job. And I like the fact that there's parking there, even though you didn't have to put it in. And if it ends up being, majority students, many students go to the university, they don't have a car. Their parents don't send them with cars. They don't have cars. Cars are impractical for students. So I would hope, I would like to say, once this project is built, I would like for us to look at the entire area in terms of parking, traffic, pedestrian safety, and other things, because I know that in the past, we looked at Lafayette Street, for instance, by the university. We ended up putting some, a hawk signal there. I could see something similar going right across from this project for pedestrian safety and other things. A lot of, I know in University Square area, residential area, a lot of people like to walk through the university, in the evenings and that. I mean, it's a really attractive place to take a stroll, and many of our residential residents like to do that. And I'd like to see not only safety for the students, but for the residents in that area too. So I'd like for us to take a really kind of a global look at that whole area to see how we can improve traffic and where we may want some timed parking or not. We certainly don't want to push any cars into the neighborhood, but we have to see what makes sense. But I think that we will end up doing some traffic improvements, at some point, not just because of this project, but because of what's happening in that area. So I'm going to support the motion and to approve this project. I think it's certainly will be a much needed upgrade for that area. And for housing, I think it's, what we need. If we want to change our affordable housing ordinance, there's a process that we go through to do that. So if that's the council's, directive, we can bring that up at our goal setting session to change it if that's what we want to do. But in the meantime, I think this is a really nice project for the area. All right, so we have a motion and a second. City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes,
could you please disclose if there's anyone with you?
there is nobody with me at this hour, especially.
She's 3 hours ahead.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park,
No.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6-1. Thank you. I'd like for us to take a 10-minute break if we can, to give a comfort break to all of us and staff. Thank you. please. Thank you very much. Now we're on to item 6, which is action on resolutions approving an installment sale, financing, and authorizing the execution, delivery, and sale of wastewater revenue certificates of participation and related agreements in a principal amount not to exceed $38 million to finance and refinance capital costs of the San Jose Santa Clara Regional Wastewater Facility and approval of the related budget amendment. So I'm going to turn to our city manager to start us off.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council. We have a presentation tonight that will be provided by two people, Gary Welling, our Director of Water and Sewer, as well as Scott Ferguson from Jones Hall, our financing consultant. As you'll hear tonight, this is a very important financing to support $98 million that we are responsible for the joint wastewater treatment facility that we co-own with the city of San Jose. You will hear a number of components of this, most notably how the transaction works. We're going to take some time and walk you through a diagram so you have a complete understanding of how the transaction works. Also want to note that this is the second financing. There may be another financing because we have $98 million that we need to fund over the next 5 years, and there's a combination that we're using where we're not raising all of the money from existing ratepayers because these improvements will last 30 plus years. And so I'll turn it over to Gary Welling to go through the presentation.
Before Gary starts, I just want to know we're also sitting as the Public Facilities Financing Corporation, so not just the City Council, but the Financing Corporation. All right, thank you, Director Welling. There it is now.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Council. As the City Manager indicated before you is approval of installment sale financing, certificates of participation for RWF capital costs. Okay, a little bit of background. Most of you know we are co-owners of the San Jose Santa Clara Regional Wastewater Facility, one of the largest advanced wastewater treatment plants in the Western USA. We are a 19.5% co-owner with City of San Jose is an 80.5% co-owner. Flows average 110 million gallons per day. We have a capacity at the treatment facility of 167. One notable advantage of being a co-owner is we have a substantial available capacity. Our current flow into the plant is 14 million gallons per day, but we have a capacity sitting there of 12 million gallons per day, and it's a very valuable, call it an asset, just having capacity rights. The city receives approximately 3 million gallons per day of recycled water from the treatment facility. We have 361 customers that use the purple pipe or recycled water, and we receive that from South Bay Water Recycling. To note, we all know this is a major facility and a valuable asset for the city of Santa Clara. Value as of 22-23 for the treatment plant is about $1.3 billion. It puts our value as a city at $260 million, approximately. There's also, I'll mention, 5 tributary agencies that include Milpitas, West Valley, Cupertino Sanitation District, County Sanitation District, and Burbank Sanitation District that discharge into the facility. Maybe I'll have you advance. Okay, great. Capital projects. The RWF is undergoing approximately $600 million in capital projects over the next 5 years, $2 billion over the next 20 years. The city's share is $98 million over the next 5 years. I'll make note, too, that San Jose's contribution is $398 million over the next 5 years. Next slide, please. So why borrow? Well, it's a large cash flow, 98 million over the next 5 years. We need to utilize a combination of rates and pay-as-you-go. We want to keep rates reasonable for Santa Clara customers. We have a generational equity issue. We don't want we want future ratepayers sharing the burden. We don't want all of the burden on the current customers. As we mentioned, some of the facilities are getting older, but facilities will last. I'll show one of the slides on the headworks. That particular treatment facility is over 50 years old. So we're looking at future years, and the facilities are going to be around for quite some time. So I'm going to hand it off to Scott Ferguson with Jones Hall Council.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Scott Ferguson with Jones Hall, as Gary said. So I'll briefly describe, if we could have the next slide, please. Briefly describe the financing structure, which in brief is we're proposing a certificate of participation financing supported by an installment sale agreement. So an installment sale agreement will be between the city and the city's public financing corporation. It creates an annual obligation of the city to make installment payments to the corporation for the portion of the regional wastewater facility that's being financed. The corporation assigns all of those payments to a trustee for payment to the investors. And the certificates of participation, that's the instrument that will be purchased by the investors, held by them, and entitle them to annual debt service payments. They represent undivided fractional interest in the stream of the installment payments. Meaning just that. As an investor, you're participating, you have a certificate saying that you're able to participate in that stream of payments. A COP, certificate of participation, it's a form of security substantially similar to a municipal bond. Interest that goes to the investors is tax exempt, just like any other municipal bond. The next slide. So the installment payments are secured only by net revenues of the sewer utility. So this is not a general fund obligation. And just in summary, this structure, a certificate of participation secured by an installment sale agreement, it's a form of long-term borrowing to finance long-term capital projects that's legally available to the city. Something that we've done often with other municipalities around the state. So this slide's a diagram that hopefully depicts what I've been describing in the last two slides. And I think if we start in the lower right, the investors purchase the COPs in return for, and so they pay a purchase price, let's call it $36 million. The proceeds go to the city and will be used for paying off the prior financing, which I'll discuss in a second, to fund the current portion of the city's share of the RWF costs and to pay issuance costs. And then if you go up to the upper right, the city and the financing corporation enter into this installment sale agreement. City purchases the project on over a period of years. In this case, we're looking at 25 years. In return, the city makes semi-annual installment payments, which the facilities financing corporation passes through to the trustee for the holders of the COPs. Then the trustee, also being a trustee, passes them through back to the investors over the 25-year term of the COPs until they're paid off. Next slide, thank you. So this isn't the first borrowing to finance the city's share of the regional wastewater facility costs. In 2020, this council approved and the city entered into an installment sale agreement. It was privately placed with a bank, and it was a short-term variable rate financing to cover the share of the RWF CIP costs that the city had incurred at that time. And it was designed to be a short term. It matures next year in June 2024. There was a $50 million maximum amount of the borrowing. As it turned out, only $20 million was ever drawn down. That turned out to be the need. So our COP financing, part of it will be used to pay off this debt and essentially refinance it at a fixed rate and take it from a short-term financing and spread it over the 25 years. And this takeout was intended back in 2020 when we did that financing. Next slide. So the financing strategy, the resolutions authorize a maximum borrowing amount of $38 million. The current estimate, and this is subject to market conditions when the COPs are priced, but the current numbers are that we're estimating around $35.9 million will be the proceeds of the sale, and that will be used for three purposes. One, to pay off that 2020 installment sale agreement, refinance it, and the estimated cost of that with accrued interest is $20,400,000. To finance the city's share of current regional wastewater facility projects, that's the $15 million of what we call new money. That's the new borrowing. And then the issuance costs, the ballpark estimate there is $500,000 for a total ballpark of $35.9. So we're within, these estimates show us being below the maximum of 38, which is in the resolution. And we always, in a resolution, we always authorize a higher amount just to give a cushion for interest fluctuations and market conditions. I'll turn it back to Gary.
Thank you.
So the financing timeline. In June of 2020, we executed the 2020 installment sale agreement to provide interim project financing that Scott mentioned. In March of 2023, we started working on the fixed financing for 25 years. So city staff, legal counsel, the municipal advisor, we began an analysis of the options to refinance the 2020 installment agreement, which was the $20 million, and finance new RWF costs. In March of 2023, council approved a resolution of the intention to reimburse the project, which we're allowed to do, going back 60 days from the date of approval from council up to the date of issuance in October of 2023. The financing, next slide. Yeah, thank you. Financing timeline continued August of 2023. The council, that's today, Council and Corporation Board consider resolutions to approve installment sale financing and certificates of participation. In September of 2023, we have a rating agency presentation, then the offering of the certificates of participation through the distribution of the preliminary official statement, which is currently being developed by the financing team. And then October 2023, we have a competitive sale of the COPs, and then closing, and then receipt of proceeds that the city will receive. So wanted to show this table for the CIP allocations for the RWF. We mentioned a 5-year total. That adds up to $607 million, and that's split between 3 buckets, or there's 2 entities, and then there's 5 tributary agencies. So Santa Clara's portion of the 5 years, $98 million. San Jose, as I mentioned, $398 million previously. And the TRIB agencies, the 5 agencies, have a total contribution of $110 million, making up that $607 million. Did want to mention, too, that everyone's doing their financing individually, including City of San Jose, that did something similar to what we are doing today. In December, they went out and fixed $300 million in interim financing in December of last year. TRIB agencies talk periodically. West Valley, they're doing their own financing in Cupertino Sanitation District. as well. Next slide, please. Just showing a few pictures and of some of the projects. This is the RWF, at the RWF Headworks. This is a $200 million project. This is where wastewater first comes into the treatment plant. Very important piece of treatment, and this is basically what you're seeing here is an overflow basin that'll capture stormwater runoff when the plant is inundated in storm events. Next slide, please. This is the cogen plant, and I'm going to talk a little bit about green bonds, but this is an important project related to green bonds and reducing carbon footprint. There's a digesters at the treatment facility that generate methane. That methane is channeled over to the cogen plant. And that cogen plant actually generates 2/3 of the energy at the RWF. It's a super important project and very impressive. That's $115 million. Next slide, please. This is the regional wastewater facility filter rehab. This is what we call the tertiary treatment, final polishing of the wastewater, if you will. And you can see up here that serpentine channel adjacent to the filters. We've got 16 filters, but that's the final chlorination, and then we end up discharging out into the artesian slough or the bay. Next slide, please. That was a $60 million valuation for the filter rehab. And then the final picture I have here is the outfall channel improvements. Next slide. Oh, I skipped one, sorry. You're right. Digester sludge dewatering. This is the largest facility under construction right now at the plant at $167 million. Currently, the plant has open air lagoons and drying beds, and those are going away. This is going to be an enclosed facility that dewaters the sludge. It's going to be much quicker, more efficient, fewer emissions. Lots of complaints from neighboring cities, specifically Milpitas, and this is intended to reduce those emissions efficiently. And then the biosolids from this facility will be used in Central Valley and composting facilities. Next slide, please. The RWF outfall channel improvements. This is the final effluent. This is why the treatment plant exists. So there's a weir structure and instrumentation improvements that are going to occur here, and there's also a water quality station upgrades. So talk a little bit about green bonds. We are going to get green bonds certified for this debt issuance. The bonds are used, as I mentioned, to finance improvements, increase resource recovery, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The finance projects reduce impacts to the San Francisco Bay, and they align with the city's sustainable goals and climate action plan. So we have Kestrel verifiers hired, and we're going to be next week doing a questionnaire with them, and they'll be doing a pre and post issuance audits. Next slide, please. So fiscal impact. The annual debt service is estimated to be $3.3 million. The new debt that we were talking about, the 20 plus 15 million, 35 million, that new debt is going to be approximately $2.3 million per year. And then in 2016, we had an improvement done to Trimble Road sanitary sewer trunk line, and that debt cost is about $1 million per year. So combined, it's about $3.3 million. One thing to note, the Trimble Road sanitary sewer debt issuance will be paid in full beginning, I think it's February of 2031. So debt service payments would be made from net operating revenues of the sewer utility, and they've been contemplated in our long-range financial plans and rate structure. The amount and timing of future borrowing depends on the RWF CIP. It's in constant flux. That was the reason we originally did the interim financing in 2020. San Jose actually did the same thing, as I mentioned. Because of the inconsistencies in CIP, we've had increases in CIP. We've had CIP projects pushed out. And so As I mentioned, it all depends on where the CIP schedule ends up. The sewer utility rates, sole source of repayment is the sewer utility revenues, as mentioned, and it's not an obligation of the general fund. City covenants or agreements to maintain sewer rates sufficient to generate 125% or 1.25 of the debt service. We would need to require future rate increases if operating costs increase as part of this debt issuance. So we do need to maintain the 1.25, and right now I believe we're 5 times. We have a 5 times over debt service compared to revenues. This table shows the projected fund balance in millions, and this is the sewer fund. So at the top we have total revenue, debt service proposed, and total expenditures. The debt service is 3.3 million, as I mentioned. That is part of the total expenditures. And you can see the ending fund balance. And city manager spoke about new money potentially, and that would probably need to occur in 27 and 28 if we did additional debt financing. And again, we're just illustrating a forecast. As an example, this next year we were supposed to have a $35 million CIP payment, and it's now 12. So it's dropped substantially. So as I mentioned, the CIP schedule changes from year to year and fluctuates, and so, but this is a forecast of what we're looking at going forward. So this table here shows top row what our rates would be if we include debt issuance, which is actually what we've done. And the second row is if we were to just fund pay-as-you-go on rates only. So as you can see in 2021-22 fiscal year, our sewer rate was 0%. If we were, partly because, or mostly because we actually had the interim financing. If we didn't have the interim finance, we would have ended up with a 12.6% increase. In 22-23, we had a 5.2% increase, and these are for single-family residential. We would have had a 14.7%. And then 23-24, which is the current year we're in, we had a rate increase of 2.7%. With rates only pay-as-you-go, it would have been approximately 8.8%. And then going forward in 24, 25, 25, 26, we anticipate rates to be somewhere around 5%, but those rates would at least be doubled without the financing. So the recommendation before you is to adopt the presented resolutions of the Board of Directors of the City of Santa Clara Public Facilities Financing Corporation and the City Council of the City of Santa Clara that approve an installment sale financing and authorize the execution, delivery, and sale of wastewater revenue certificates of participation and related agreements in a maximum principal amount of $38 million. Approve installment sale agreement, trust agreement, preliminary official statement, and related documents for offering, sale, and delivery of the certificates. And then authorize various officers of the city and financing corporation to execute all related documents and agreements. On the final slide, I just wanted to thank the financing team. We've been meeting weekly since March and had discussions beforehand, so everybody's been working really hard on this, but just highlight staff, Shilpa Mehta, Brandon McCarthy from Water and Sewer, Utilities, and then Ken's group, Jensen Barna, Randy Petrowski, Margaret McCann, Tess Hong, Daniel Ballin, and Lynn Fang. I forgot to put her up there. Bond Count, Legal Counsel, Jones Hall, Scott Ferguson, you've met, and Brian Haroldson, and our financial consultant, K&N, David Broadsley, and Nedco Neddiv, who is here tonight online, and then our rate consultant, Black & Veatch, and Buey, and Alberto Morales. And so I'm available for questions. Thanks.
Thank you. It's like credits at the end of a movie. Yes. Thank you to everyone. No, this is a phenomenal report. Thank you for putting it together and making it very easy to understand. So we're going to start with questions from the council. Councilmember Becker.
Sorry, I have no questions.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I will admit, when I read this, it was more some terms I wasn't as familiar with, so I may use terms I am more familiar with to make certain I understand. So it looks like we're consolidating down loans that we have still outstanding as part of this. We have, over the next 5 years, we have a $98 million obligation, is our understanding. Some of it could be pushed out because, as you said, the CIP, some things have been put off, some things have got more expensive. It's been hard, it's a moving target, I realize that. So right now, our obligation, we have a short-term loan, and we want to take out a larger loan to pay off those others and make it a fixed rate. My two basic, if I want to make certain I understand that correctly, and so it looks like we still would have about or at least $60 million outstanding within 5 years that we don't necessarily have a plan for right now. What we're planning on is our portion that becomes due soon. And I'm wondering, in the 3 years, I was trying to follow some of the numbers in there. In the last 3 years that we have had this loan, the short-term situation, I wasn't clear how much of that we paid off. I guess I want to know what are our possibilities in 25 years of paying off this loan for something that will last us 50 years. I understand that. And I'm very aware of the necessary CIP and rebuilding of an amazing facility while it's running at close to capacity. So I understand that. So I want to make certain that I understand why you feel like we can pay this down in 25 years when we're only looking right now at close to a third of what we're going to need for our obligations. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Jane.
I had a very similar question to Councilmember Hardy. It seems like the 2020 loan or the installment share that we're paying off, that was a short-term loan that's going to be due June of 2024, and that's a variable rate, because it seems odd to me to refinance anything at this time with very high interest rates, and to lock in a long-term loan at high interest rates. You know, I know long-term rates are different than short-term rates, but I guess what I kind of wanted to know was, I know it's a 50-year-old facility, but is what's really driving this is the methane emissions? Is the state forcing us to install the methane digesters to reduce the climate impacts of this? So I just wanted to understand the motivation. Is it the 50-year age of the facility, or it's the state forcing us to reduce, methane emissions? And then finally, my question is, how will any of these improvements improve our climate resilience to persistent droughts? Will we increase the recycled water output so that we can start using more recycled water, and then eventually portable reuse from desal, reverse osmosis? So those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Welling, for the presentation. So my questions have to do with the financing, and I'm hearing, others with concerns. Is there any way, will we have the ability to because we are independent of the other agencies that have an interest in the facility, can we refinance on our own the debt down and save money basically and pay it off faster? And then I just want to add, just the significance of the facility and how important it is, to the area and just what a model it is. I know of council members like from outside the state that have visited the facility because they're interested in building their own, wastewater treatment plants in Nevada, for instance. And so this facility has just been such a beacon, a model to so many that as we move forward and we have issues about conservation of water and the ability to treat wastewater, that this facility is just so significant and so important that the ability to be able to rehabilitate and keep it operational for as long as possible is so important. So anything that we can do to pay down the debt a little bit faster, save some money, and then maybe reinvest that money into future projects that will ultimately come down the line. So those are my only comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Welling and Scott Ferguson for the presentation. I have several questions. Like you did mention that we have a 12 million gallon per day extra capacity for the city of Santa Clara. Are we using that to make some money for ourselves? Like how are we utilizing that? And can that be helpful to pay off our debt if we're making money out of that? My next question is, the current scenario, like high inflation, very high interest rates, does that pan out for us to take a 25-year debt at this stage? How does that pan out with the current scenario? You did mention that we are paying off 2016 debt, which is due by 2031. I'm not sure what are the terms and conditions of that debt are. If that is at a lower interest rate, why are we trying to pay that off current scenario where we have a high interest rate debts, basically? I need some clarification on that. If we lock in, as we need around $38 million for our expansion for next 3 years, if we lock in for 25-year debt for these $38 million, will we have an option to refi this debt coming years, let's say, or what is the minimum lock-in period would be that, hey, you cannot refi for X years? So what would be our refi? If the interest rate goes down, let's say 2028, can we refi that interest? And my last question is, I'm sure you must have, but I'll still ask, have we looked at some federal grants to fund this thing? Because federal government is giving so many grants for sustainability, climate change, and I think this falls into that bracket. Like, have us, along with San Jose, have looked at those federal grants? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Welling, would you like me to go to the public first while you organize that? Is that helpful for you?
I can.
Or if you are ready, then
I can.
Whenever you are, we're ready for your answers to these questions.
Okay. Councilmember Hardy. So we did the 20 million interim financing, as mentioned, because of the inconsistencies in the CIP. That was an interest only. There's no payoff on the principal. So the whole intent was by 2024 we had to refinance that, right? And so that was a very low interest rate. This may answer some of the other questions. It was around I think We started out at 1.25%, but that rate now is close to 5%. And then it's a combination. We have rates. We get our revenues coming in, and then we also have a cash position in the city. We have a cash balance. So we pay through cash or our unrestricted funds, and so it's a combination. So we have money, and then we have to pay through rates. And then just paying it, you asked a question about paying it in 25 years. Most of these projects are 50-year projects. I'm not sure we're gonna go through the 25 years. The question is, could we use a question that Councilmember Shaw had and others, could we potentially refinance? We've had that discussion internally. I've got the financial consultants here that if they want to answer it, or Ken wants to take a shot at it, or Scott, but we have the ability to refinance. My understanding is we're not locked in, so if rates actually drop, we have the ability to go and refinance.
Gary, could you speak up a little into the microphone? Thank you.
Sure. So we have the ability to refinance at a later date if rates drop, but the interim financing that we had, the rates are going up. They started out very low in 2020 at, like I said, 1.25%. So it's a very good deal, and then rates just skyrocketed, after a couple of years. Councilmember Jane, you asked on the short-term loan. I think I answered that. It's an interest only, the interim financing. We are concerned about the current rates, but this is a competitive sale, so it's going to go out in the market, and hopefully we'll have a rate not to exceed 5%, maybe somewhere in the low 4% range. That's what we've been talking about, but we'll have to see when it goes out on competitive sale. So we're trying to get the best deal we can on these COPs. You asked about the regulatory. So a lot of the facilities are 50 years, but the regulatory side of it is, yes, State Water Resources Control Board, Air Resources Control Board. So emissions are key. For example, digesters. I didn't show a picture of that. Those were refurbished recently. So methane emissions, capturing that. The sustainability. San Jose also has a climate action plan, pretty aggressive goals. The biological treatment fits into the green bond, so trying to improve those processes, make them more efficient. And then, with the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit that all wastewater treatment plants have, the ecology of the San Francisco Bay, in some respects, there's a discharge out there, and you think, we've talked, with Councilmember Hardy on TPAC and Councilmember Watanabe, is, hey, can we pull as much water as we can and we can put it in purple pipe? Well, there's a requirement from the state that you have to actually discharge a certain percentage because the ecology has been established. So water quality, ecology of the bay is key. And so that's part of the regulatory process too, emerging pollutants of concern. City has to have a national pretreatment program to permit all of the industrial businesses. We have it too, to ensure that pollutants aren't being discharged out into the bay. But the water quality improvements are becoming more and more stringent every new permit that's issued every 5 years. I think you had mentioned emissions. And then increasing recycled water. We're at 3 million gallons per day. We just ended up turning on 3 new facilities at Santa Clara University that have been sitting for 3 years. We've been trying to get the permit process going. So we're taking on all kinds of new facilities on Purple Pipe. So we plan to expand Purple Pipe. Milpitas wants to expand Purple Pipe. We've got purified water with Valley Water, with SAPUC. So there's lots of demands on that treated wastewater, and it's certainly that part of it is certainly an asset, and so important to water supply regionally and for Santa Clara. Did I get everything? And then Councilmember Watanabe.
My key question was, how do we improve our climate resiliency to persistent droughts? Will these improvements get us there?
Well, for climate resiliency and droughts, it really is going to come down to South Bay water recycling, improving and expanding Purple Pipe, which we're doing, and then purified water. And purified water, you're looking at maybe a 20 million gallon per day facility out there. At some point, it's going to happen. And that's really what's going to be the drought-proof answer for Santa Clara County. They're doing it in Palo Alto and Valley Water are teaming up. SCPUC is looking at a number of facilities also, but it really, the wastewater component is a jewel out at the regional wastewater facility, and it's untapped, and Valley Water knows that, we know that, and SCPUC knows that. And so it's an important water resource. So that's going to be the key to drought-proofing the area.
Through the mayor, can I expand on one of the questions? I think one of the questions from Councilmember Hardy was, how can we ensure that we will be able to pay the debt service? I think we just should be very clear with council that we are pledging net revenues from the enterprise, which means that council will have to adopt rates that ensure that we have sufficient net revenues to pay the debt service. And so that will be a requirement in entering into this financing or any other similar subsequent financing. It's also important to note that currently our ending fund balance is projected to be just under 30 million. And so in order to maintain an appropriate fund balance, fund the $98 million that are due for capital improvements in approximately the next 5 years, our essentially only option is to take out debt or pay for it all cash. If we do it all cash, then rates will have to significantly increase. And so that was really the key point of slide 22, showing we have to raise the funds, and taking on debt, given that these are long-term assets, is a way to frankly keep rates a little bit lower for current ratepayers.
Thank you. Gary?
And Councilmember Watanabe, your questions on interest rates and the concern, hopefully I answered those. As I mentioned, we have the ability to refinance. Paying off early, paying off early would mean an increase in rates. And so, because then we would be raising more cash, more revenue, and that would be a burden on the ratepayers. So there's always that option, but there's a give and take, and so you'd have to raise rates and have more revenues. But we certainly look at refinancing if rates drop. And then, as I mentioned, with the Trimble Road, that's going to help in February 2031. That'll be paid off, and so not too far out on the horizon. Did you have any other clarifying questions, Councilmember Watanabe? Did I answer the questions?
Yes, no, you have. Thank you very much. I know my comments and the question were similar to others, so thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Gary, thank you.
I still have Councilmember Hall, sorry.
I thought you were done, sorry.
So you mentioned the 12 MGD capacity. So there are a couple of TRIB agencies that are getting close to capacity. To trigger a sale of capacity rights, the city would have to decide whether they want to give up capacity rights. Typically, cities don't like to give up capacity rights because as the city develops, we may need that extra capacity down the road. But it's always a possibility. You could sell it. People sell or entities sell water rights, and that's a process that occurs with SFPUC and BOSCA member agencies on the water side. But I don't have a assessment of what 1 MGD capacity value is, but it is a substantial value. It's just not an issue that we have as far as capacity in this city. So can we sell it? There would have to be a demand out there on the market, and it would have to be one of the 5 trip agencies.
The reason I asked that question, basically, we have around 85% additional capacity. If I do the math, 12 million MGD versus 14 MGD, which we use right now. Can we sell that in short term so that, let's say, even our expected expansion of our needs are from 14 to, say, 20 in next X years, right? And we project according to how, can we project accordingly and then make a good judgment call, hey, why don't we sell this thing so that we can make money? So are we working on that front, basically? Can we do that?
It hasn't come up. So if it was, I can tell you I'm using the water example, on the SFPUC BOSCA agencies, there's agencies out there that need more water, like East Palo Alto. Brisbane has a number of developments and they have water shortages. So they're actually asking other agencies that have excess water. And so 1 MGD of potable water sells for $5 million. But there's a demand out there and the agencies know about the demand. Right now, from my understanding is between the TRIB agencies, nobody's come out and said, hey, I'd like to buy 1 million gallons capacity at the regional wastewater facility.
Okay.
So
but
I'm
when
not,
it comes, we can plan it out.
yes, when it comes, we could address it.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned the 2016 debt. I think I didn't mention the interest rate on that. The interest rate's very low on that. I think it's about 2.1 or 2.2%. So it's a very low interest rate. So that's a separate loan that we have for that. It was a $12 million loan over 25 years. And then you talked about refinancing. So, as I mentioned again, we have the ability to refinance if rates go up and it makes sense. The SRF loans, state revolving fund loans, San Jose, we paid one off. San Jose had gotten a loan about, I think it was 10 or 15 years ago. And so I think we had a portion of that payment for funding. They're talking about, with the infrastructure bonds and infrastructure funding out there, a lot of that money is for disadvantaged communities, but I know we've been talking with San Jose staff about, do we have the ability to get money for some of these projects? They have applied for some loans. Typically they're loans, they're not getting grants. Disadvantaged communities are getting grants. But they have applied for loans, and some recently they haven't been successful on those loans. So, but we are having those conversations with San Jose. Along with, I'll mention, just trying to smooth out the CIP so we don't have these spikes, especially in 27, 28. And so they're committed to trying to smooth out the CIP program. They also mentioned, recently we had a meeting with them that they asked us if we may want to do joint financing. If we do another round, they are going to have to do another round of financing also, and there are probably some advantages to doing joint financing with San Jose instead of doing separate tracks.
Madam Mayor, I have one more question. You did mention that there's a mandate to release recycled water into the bay. Because there are entities who are trying to use the ocean water, desalinate it, and use it for consumption. And here we are putting water into the bay, which was clean water, basically. So why is that mandate? I don't understand the logic of that mandate.
Well, we're not doing desal here.
Yeah, we're not doing, but we are already good water we are putting into the bay, which can be consumed by, not as of today by human beings, but aquifer
Yeah.
refill, basically.
Yeah, so Santa Clara Valley Water District is in charge of the basin and the recharge of the basin. And their proposal that they have right now is a purified water project with Palo Alto. And so they're building a purified water project treatment facility of what we call tertiary treated water, which is, it's been chlorinated. It still needs to be treated to a higher standard, to a purified standard. But that water is going to be piped out to the Los Gatos recharge ponds. That's an existing. They also want to build a purified water facility or expand the current one that's there, right? Because there is one there and that water's blended with purple pipe. And so, but they want to build a standalone that's used for potentially direct potable reuse, which means that water will be treated, it'll be blended into a potable water tank and directly fed into the water distribution system versus having it go to recharge, which...
So did I misunderstand that are we supposed to release some water into the bay?
We do. There is a requirement, yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That
okay.
I don't understand the logic of that, basically. I can understand the logic of putting into aquifer, ground water table increase.
Well, so because the wastewater treatment plant is there and they discharge this clean water out to the bay, they've developed an ecosystem over time, and you can't kill that ecosystem, right? So you have an estuary out there in the bay ecosystem. So it's developed. So now it has to be protected.
Oh, okay. So basically the freshwater ecosystem, to sustain that freshwater ecosystem, you have to release that water constantly.
Correct. Okay. And it's not a super high content, right? But it's potable water, if you will, treated water mixing with salt water. So we call it brackish water, but that's in the saltwater marsh area.
Man-made ecosystem.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Director Welling, I have Ned Coe on.
Yes.
His hand is up.
Okay. Nedco, did you want
Hi, good
to
evening.
answer?
It's great to be with you tonight. Nedco, Nedev, KNN Public Finance. Given the hour, I don't mean to belabor a whole lot of this, but just to clarify quickly a couple of the questions that Councilmember Chow had. I think Director Welling alluded to some of that the 2016 loan that financed Trimble Road, that just gets paid off, like it matures in 2031. It does carry an attractive interest rate. That's not the piece that's being refinanced, so that we're leaving alone. The piece that's being refinanced is strictly the $20 million from the 2020 interim loan, which was always intended to be interim funding to be financed long-term down the road. So now's the time. And then also on the ability to refinance, the city will have the ability to refinance the COPs down the line, kind of the standard. There's a standard in the bond market period before that can happen, and it's 10 years. So most likely the COPs will be structured with a 10-year optional call feature, meaning that the city could prepay and refinance if attractive rates prevail at the time, kind of closer to the 10-year mark. Just wanted to clarify those.
Thank you.
And I think between Director Willing kind of addressed just about everything that was raised, but.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks, Nedco.
Director Welling, do you have any more?
That's it. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to the public now and then come back to the council. We have Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I think this is good. Yes, some of the numbers boggle my mind. I just wanted to say, I think we have a recycle plant already that is doing potable water. there's the ick factor, so a lot of people don't want it. And I think that's part of what we'd use the purple pipes for. The other one is just a funny one, that if you walk out the Don Edwards road, the city pipes go under that and they hum from it sounds like the what am I thinking of? The electrical wires, the telephone poles are humming from the pipes underneath the ground. And it's just funny. I'll leave it alone.
Is that it, Linda?
That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Larry, go ahead, Larry. You're muted, Larry. Larry? Do you want to speak, Larry? Your hand's up. All right, we'll come back to Larry. Edward? Go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to mention that graphene supposedly is a new material that should filter ocean water into clean drinking water. That's something I think that should look at. Also, I see the signs off of I-5 about how the water is needed in the farmlands, and they're blaming Newsom for not allowing the water to come to the farmlands. I don't know about that other issue in regards to the ecosystem, but I know the farmers are begging for the water. Also, the county sheriffs are saying that Newsom has not met with them in 5 years. It's the first time in California history the governor has not met with county sheriffs, and that they want to try to lower the crime in our state. And they're complaining that he's releasing all these prisoners into our streets, and we just keep on getting higher crime rate in our state. But yeah, I think that's all that I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. Larry, one more chance, Larry, if you'd like to speak. You're muted. Larry? Okay. City Manager, your light's on.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask Scott Ferguson to come up and provide a little bit more clarity on the COPs not being callable for 10 years, which means that you can't refinance within that 10-year period, because there's a fairly standard industry standard way to issue new debt, put money in a trust, and then pay off. That would give the city the ability to take advantage of a lower interest rate environment within that 10-year period. And I just want to make sure that the council and the board hears that.
Sure. So yeah, before, I think it was 3 years ago, there was a way to do this kind of refunding. We would call it an advance refunding. Under the tax law, you had one chance to do it, and you would put the money in a trust, essentially in an escrow. And if the rates had come down enough, the escrow could pay for itself, and it could still pencil out that you would save money all in. And where we're at today is that ability to do that on a tax-exempt basis is currently not part of the law. So you can do it on a taxable basis, but issuing taxable debt entails a higher interest rate, so it costs more. We still do them. We've done a handful in my firm, but it can be expensive, and it's not always available. You essentially have to find a bank to buy the debt. So there are ways to do it, but it's going to depend on market conditions, and it will usually entail costs.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to our city staff for the presentation. Thank you to Gary Welling for the presentation. And thank you to Scott Ferguson for confirming some things, as well as Nedco, who is on the line as well. I think it's basically straightforward for, I think, a lot of us, including myself. And I would I'm glad that we have this current relationship with the city of San Jose, that this is progress. So I think it's also money well spent. So I will be making a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
We have to take it in two different
Oh, we have to.
motions, one for the city council actions and one for the Public Facilities Financing Corporation. So, and each has 3 actions underneath it.
Oh, so those are 3 separate?
So we've got to do it, right? City
Yes,
attorney, is that
yes,
correct?
yes, Madam Mayor. The good news is you don't need to take 6 separate motions, or the bad news. The good news is you don't need to take 6 separate, but we are recommending you take 2 motions bundling the city actions and the financing corporation actions. So, Member Becker, if you want to make a motion to approve at least the city item initially, you could essentially move the city bundle of actions outlined on the agenda and on the staff report, and that entails basically 3 actions. The first would be the formal resolution approving the financing plan, including a maximum issue of COPs not to exceed $38 million. It includes approval of the installment and the trust agreement. It includes the approval of the execution and sale of the certificates of participation themselves and the preliminary offering statement. It also amends the existing installment sale agreement to provide for this refinancing, and then implements the related budget amendments. So that would be the city council bundle of actions, and if you wanted to move that, that would be the first appropriate step.
So it's considered alternative 1 then, correct? Or wait, alternative 1, city council actions, 1, 2, and 3. So I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommendation for item 1, which is that the city council by resolution. Do I have to read A through
You don't.
G?
I summarize them, so you could just indicate actions 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, actions 1, 2, and 3.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for city council actions 1, 2, and 3. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I had lowered my hand. I was going to make the motion, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll be supporting it.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Park?
Yeah, sorry, I'd been raising my hand and lowering it based on the discussions that were happening, open to the public. Raised my hand at the end of the council questions, try to get something in, went to the public, put my hand down, put my hand up afterwards, and put my hand down. So I apologize for that. But I'm still trying to get my head around some of these things. Like I heard Councilmember Jane's question about why would we take out higher rate loans to pay off lower rate loans earlier? Right, I mean, and I know we've probably gone over this, but I'm just finding it hard to wrap my head around this. I look at slide 4, which is difficult for me to understand. It's tied, I believe, to slide 22, but because, I thought that the future slides would make it easier to understand, but I find myself looking at slide 4 thinking, what? And then looking at slide 22 thinking, what? Because I don't understand how paying off loans earlier increases rates for ratepayers, and I think that's what 22 is showing. And yet we're paying off the 2016 loan, which I believe is a 25-year loan, if I'm not mistaken, in 15 years by taking out new loans. Is that, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's what I heard, but
On the 2016, the Trimble Road.
Yes.
That is a 25-year loan, but we're not paying that off early. That just happens to be getting paid off in 2031, so we're not paying that off early.
So 15-year-old, 15-year-old.
Sorry, 15.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's an existing standalone debt, but that
will remain outstanding is not affected by this finance.
Okay, because I see the line that says future ratepayers. I mean, one of the benefits is future ratepayers sharing the burden with current customers. And I see that the rates are lower with the debt included, and I just find it hard to understand that. Also see that we're projecting revenues and fund balances out to 2028 and 2029. I don't know why we're not just going out to 2031. I mean, I want to see, it seems like those numbers are tied. I don't know how we can even project that far out. I mean, they're
forecast, and they're not necessarily going to be correct, but we're making the projections. And I don't know how we get that, because I don't see the revenue expenditure picture prior to this year. Like, I see the adopted, forecast, and I don't see history. That would help me. I don't know that it's absolutely necessary, but I'm just trying to get my head around this.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Councilmember Park, the statement that taking out the debt allows for both future and current ratepayers to pay for the assets, as opposed to, it's true, as opposed to not taking out the debt, we would have to recover all of those funds from current ratepayers, right? So we would need to significantly increase our rates over the next 5 years, and that full burden would be paid by current people that pay the rates that utilize the services. So by taking out debt, you're spreading that cost, so both current ratepayers and ratepayers from now until the 30-year cycle of these bonds will pay for those assets. And so that's what that statement is meant to convey. With regard to the Trimble Road debt, that was mentioned in the staff report and in the presentation because it's an existing debt, but it was really highlighted to note that that debt would be paid off in 2031, not really connected to the debt that we're paying off the interim financing or the COPs that we're asking for authority to enter into. In addition, I think you made a point about paying off lower rate debt with higher rate debt. I think we can unpack that a little bit, and I want to call up bond counsel just to go through that, because I think what was articulated in the presentation is that initial financing was always meant to be interim. It started out at a very low rate. The current rate is approximately 5%, is what we heard in the presentation. And through these COPs, we're aiming to be lower than that. And so I think the inverse of what you said is what we're targeting, but I'll turn it over to Scott to articulate that a little bit clearer.
Yes, that is correct. And the other thing to remember, I think, about the 2020 financing is that it was just a 4-year financing, and it will mature a year from now. And there's no indication that an interest rate environment is going to be such that it would necessarily make sense to wait. There was a benefit when we started talking about financing the city's share of the wastewater treatment plant today. There was consideration to, well, does it make sense for us to add in prepaying the 2020 interim financing now, or should we wait, and should we refinance that next year when it comes due? It was always the intent to refinance it, of course, because it's not been paid down. It's only interest that's been paid so far. So if the city were to wait until next year, there would be a $20 million bullet that we would need to refinance then, and it made sense to bundle it together with the $15 million of new projects because you get the efficiencies of the financing costs and not going through the process twice.
Understood, but it sounds like, and even from what the city manager says, that we're taking out debt to pay off or to try to manage current costs and spread the joy of debt to future ratepayers. And I just don't see how we're ever going to get out of this and get to the point of no debt, which I thought would be the situation, the end situation that we'd want to get to. Like at some point, I feel like you have this long tail of we will, get lower interest debt, or we will get cheaper debt and cheaper debt and cheaper debt until we get to zero. But I don't see how we can depend on that as a strategy.
City manager? Or
I think that's in part, Councilmember. I think that's kind of the message behind that slide 22 that I think you referenced earlier. Rate increases with debt issuance that kind of spreads out the impact over 25 years, as opposed to kind of the no debt solution would have been that line that showed if everything, the 20 million that got funded in 2020, if the 15 million that we're talking about adding now, if that had been funded on a pay-go basis, then the city would have been looking at those rate increases to support that, to fund that. The city would have been looking at those rate increases on the bottom lines, like I forget what it was, like 12, 15, 10%, something like that.
And that's my point. My question is, how do we ever get out of this? We have to get more debt in order to spread out, in order to reduce the rates. Like, how do we get out of that? I would think that the end result would be, at some point, we want no debt, but I don't see how we get there with this strategy.
Okay, let me take that through Mayor Gilmore, Kevin Park. I think we can break this down into very simplistic terms. We run a sewer enterprise. We currently have a fund balance of approximately $30 million. And with improvements that are needed to a facility that we co-own, we need approximately $98 million in 5 years. We have essentially two ways to raise that $98 million. We can take out debt and pay for it over time, or we can say we're paying for that cash and we are going to raise all of the money that we need for those capital improvements between now and the next 5 years. That would mean that rates will have to significantly increase in order to do that, right? We've said before that the precise timing of the capital improvement projects will vary. Let's just assume that they're going to happen between now and 5 years, okay? That $98 million. I totally understand your concern with we should be paying with cash, we should be paying with pay-go. For that to be the case, the past would have to be different, right? We would have likely had to have either lower costs or higher rates so that we would be sitting on a fund balance now of above $100 million in order to pay cash. That's not the case. The enterprise has a fund balance of approximately $30 million. We need to maintain some appropriate fund balance. Typically, that's 3 months worth of operating expenditures. So we don't have the $98 million right now. We either take out debt and pay for that over the long haul, and what's proposed is 30-year debt, or we raise the money that we need in very short order, which would put the entire burden of that on current ratepayers. And so that's what's articulated by spreading the burden out between current and future ratepayers through the use of debt. And unfortunately, we're doing that because the enterprise does not have the cash balance to pay the costs that will be incurred over the next 5 years.
Okay, and I understand that for today, like, we can do this, but I think long-term, like we want the past to be different, but today's the past 25 years from now. And again, I just feel like, how do we get to the point where not taking on debt is a good strategy?
I think that is an excellent question. That is a question we need to vet with the council every year when you pass sewer rates, because there's always a push and pull when rates are discussed. We want rates to cover expenditures as well as have a reserve. Well, we can increase that reserve, right? Because we know we're going to have capital improvements projects in the future. I think every community I've ever worked in every rate setting process, there's always the push and pull about how much do we raise rates on today's customers to have money in the bank to pay for tomorrow's expenses. And so I think you're absolutely right. We need to have that conversation every year, because let's assume the rate increase that's needed is 5% to cover expenditures and have a reserve. a proposal from you, Councilmember Park, may be, you know what, we should raise rates by 6% so we can put an extra 2% in reserve so that then when we have future capital improvement projects, we don't have to take on debt. We have the money for pay-go. And so it's really about our annual rate-setting process to answer that longer-term question.
I feel like instead of that, we'll have an item in a future council agenda to fund a time machine, but I don't know a solution right now.
Madam Mayor, I think you were in the middle of
I was like,
vote.
can someone remind me where
Yeah,
it was?
I think you're in the middle of a vote. The clerk, I bet, knows who you've asked already, but
I think there's a motion and a second
Yeah.
on the city council
bundle.
action
Yep.
part. Okay, we have a motion and a second. City clerk. Oh, wait a minute. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I just had a comment about reserves. I'm all in favor of increasing reserves, but the question that I had asked was, a bulk of these expenses are due to new state mandates due to climate change that were not anticipated, say, 20 years ago. And we need to do those because the state's mandating it. Unfortunately, it's an unfunded mandate, and we talked about trying to get federal grants or whatever, but I don't want to raise rates that much, so I'm in favor of this proposal.
We have a motion and a second. So, city clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Thank you, and I'll note that you are alone at your location. Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Guess it's yes for today.
I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. So I need a motion now for the Public Facilities Financing Corporation acting as.
I'll make that motion. City of Santa Clara Public Facilities Financing Corporation, with our recommendations for 1, 2, and 3 as delineated by our council.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for the Public Facilities Financing Corporation actions 1, 2, and 3. Assistant City Clerk.
Director Watanabe?
Yes, and I'm still alone.
Thank you. Director Shahal?
Yes.
Director Hardy?
Yes.
Director Park?
Yes?
Thank you. Director Jane?
Yes.
Director Becker?
Yes.
President Gilmore?
Yes,
Thank you.
and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, team, all of you online here in the council chambers. Thank you for all your hard work on this, and let's hope for lower interest rates. All right. Thank you. All right, next item is action on an appointment of a primary member and an alternate member to the Stevens Creek Corridor Steering Committee, deferred from August 22nd. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. The department that supports this committee is our Public Works Department, and you have Mike Liu, the Assistant Public Works Director, here to present this item.
Great.
Good evening, Mike. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Excuse me. Michael Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. So real quick here, just a verbal update. This item is related to the city's participation in the Stevens Creek Boulevard Vision Study Steering Committee. Santa Clara, along with Cupertino, San Jose, the County of Santa Clara, and the Valley Transportation Authority are jointly studying this transportation corridor for potential complete streets and high-capacity transit improvements. A steering committee comprised of elected officials was formed to provide guidance and direction for the project. Currently, the Mayor Gilmore, and Councilmember Becker sit on this committee. At the most recent steering committee meeting in late June, the committee itself, while reviewing draft committee bylaws, wanted to alter the makeup of the committee to have one primary member and one alternate member from the participating agencies. So as noted in the staff report, as the mayor has routinely made recommendations for appointments to outside agency committees, the mayor is recommending that the council appoint her, the primary member, and Councilmember Becker as the alternate member. So the recommendation is that the council take action to appoint a primary member and an alternate member to the steering committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to put it out there that I would like to be the member. I've lived in District 6 and near Stevens Creek for almost 5 decades, and I was instrumental in the creation of this committee. So I think it's in the best interest of our city to have me as the member. But here we go. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to be the primary member as well. I do live right behind Stevens Creek Boulevard right now. I have been a member of District 6 for the last almost 4 years, well, 3 years. At the same time, I have taken bus 23, I've taken bus 523 in this area. I have experienced what is on Stevens Creek, and I know a lot of the issues. I've talked to a lot of my residents about what is going on. The only question I do have for staff, and maybe the city attorney can clarify for me, is the only concern I have is living right behind on Stevens Creek. I live on Malabar. Is there a conflict of interest if I live that close to Stevens Creek?
Madam Mayor, council member, I may need staff to help me with understanding what the scope of activities of this group is in order to evaluate that. That's a difficult thing to do on the fly.
My apologies.
Yes, certainly. So the steering committee is elected officials from the various agencies that I mentioned, the 5 agencies. They're providing guidance and direction for the project. So, there's basically, I believe, 4 more steering committees scheduled over the next one in November, and then 3 next calendar year, and then ultimately they will provide guidance to the working group in order for us to eventually take to our various councils for some type of ideally approval of the actual study itself and the results of the study. So ultimately, the individual councils or the boards of the various agencies are going to ideally take action. The steering committee itself is really, to some degree, providing direction. But they do have their own bylaws that kind of govern, that there's a chair set up and whatnot. So that was the discussion that would occurred in the June meeting, is that in reviewing draft bylaws, they wanted to change the makeup of the actual committee itself.
Yeah, the city managers asked a question if this is a Brown Act body, and I'm assuming they're operating in accordance with Brown Act as a legislative body.
Yes, that is correct.
But they are advisory in nature only to their respective constituent agencies?
I believe so, yes, correct.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Becker, I have a sense of this, that you wouldn't have a conflict in your participation, but I'm hesitant to give you definitive advice on that until I have more opportunity to evaluate it. Do you know if this was evaluated when you were serving as the alternate?
I would have suspected that they would have done that. I've been serving as an alternate since, not even an alternate, I've been on that committee actually with Mayor Gilmore since 2020, I think it is.
Yeah, so Madam Mayor, Councilmember Becker, my expectation is we'd conclude that Member Becker would be able to participate, but I'm not comfortable advising you tonight. If the council wanted to proceed by making an appointment with, frankly, Member Becker either in the primary or in the alternate position, I would make that subject to some further analysis from my office, because I don't know what's been done, in order to confirm that there wouldn't be conflict issues. My expectation is you'd be able to participate, but I'm not comfortable opining, not knowing more about it, and have an opportunity to look at it more closely. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Understand. So thank you for clarifying that, because I apologize for not getting to you earlier. I started realizing this while I'm up here, and I'm going, ooh, maybe there is, because other bodies up here, usually you have a conflict if you live too close, like if the downtown. So I wondered if this was kind of the same situation. So I apologize for that. As I said, I do like to, be on this commission. I think I'm just going to leave it up to the council to make the decision. I think I'd be a good member for this. But at the same time, if there is that caveat of I couldn't I understand that situation as well, and I'd like to see the city attorney opine that a little more following if whatever decision the councils will make. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yes. So anyway, in the interest of time, I believe that the mayor made a good argument on behalf of herself in terms of she's lived in this area. She was uh, um, the whole idea of the Stevens Creek corridor was one of her visions, and I believe that just based on that that the mayor would be a good model and representative for the city of Santa Clara, as we as we as a city work with our neighboring cities in determining, how to make this, a great viable corridor. I was going to add, I'm sorry, I'm tired, but there was another point that I wanted to make as well in terms of that, but I believe that the mayor would be a good representative. The other thing I did want to add was that back in February 7th, I believe it was, when we were discussing as a council the different committees and who would be serving on what committees, that actually Councilmember Becker asked to be removed as the alternate for Cities Association. And then there was the NERC committee that there were the members were rotating on that position on that particular committee, and he opted to again take himself off and just serve as the alternate because he felt that he had conflicts, and that was why he was removing himself from these committees. So unless something has changed, it just seems that based on what he said back in February 7th, that the mayor would be the best representative on this particular committee, and that Councilmember Becker should serve as the alternate. So my motion is to appoint Mayor Gilmore as the representative to this committee, and Councilmember Becker serve in the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Thank you. City Attorney, Councilmember Chahal and Mayor Gilmore, they own properties within 1,000 feet of the El Camino Real. And they are able to vote on the El Camino Real because they were given a public generally exception for that. And I believe Stevens Creek runs all along District 6, and that, in fact, all along the south end of Santa Clara. So the public generally exception would almost certainly apply in this case, in which case I believe Councilmember Becker could easily serve in that capacity, but the city would have to determine whether the public generally, 15% of the district being impacted by Stevens Creek. But I would like to make a substitute motion to appoint Councilmember Becker. And this is the reason. Actually, on January 27th, 2022, I had a text exchange with Mayor Sam Liccardo of San Jose. We had a text exchange about the gun insurance policy that San Jose had just implemented. And at the end of that, I texted him. I said, I look forward to working with you on VTA. Then Sam Liccardo said, are you taking the seat that Lisa had? I said, yes, appointed this past Tuesday. Sam said, wonderful. It will be great to work with you. Lisa didn't seem to have much interest in the agency. And I believe that I have been very active on VTA, pushing a lot of initiatives there. I believe that Councilmember Becker would serve very ably on that. So my substitute motion is to appoint Councilmember Becker.
There wasn't a substitute motion, it's just a motion because there wasn't a second on the other one.
Okay, well then I would like to make a motion.
I'll
If
second.
the first died due to a lack of second.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. So, City Attorney, I raised my hand to mention that, like, both myself and Mayor Gilmore were initially barred from participating in El Camino specific area plan. And I don't have the letter date, but FPPC clearly later on said that public general exception is okay on that. And we were both allowed to participate in that. I just wanted to
Appreciate
raise that.
both your comments about that. As I indicated, I expected to find your ability to participate, but I don't know enough about the Stevens Creek Corridor Committee and their activities and whether or not they're dealing just on the project generally or specific projects within the corridor. And so appreciate your thoughts on that and the possible analogy for the El Camino specific plan. And my group will certainly take a close look at that to validate whoever you decide to choose to participate in this committee.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm fully awake now. So, yeah, I would like to make a substitute motion because we have certain council members that are very fond of doing this. So I'm going to make my own substitute motion right now. And that substitute motion is that Mayor Gilmore, I would like to see Mayor Gilmore appointed to this position on the Stevens Creek corridor. And my reasonings have to go with the fact that we have a council member who is being put forward as that representative who is currently indicted and may not be serving out his term. So why shouldn't we have somebody that's going to be representing the city of Santa Clara and that does not have an indictment being held over their head, that can serve out the term and represent the city of Santa Clara and not be an embarrassment. So my substitute motion is to appoint Mayor Gilmore to this position, and those are my reasonings.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. I appreciate the support, but in interest of time, I can see how this is going. It's very consistent with what's happened in the past. So I'm not going to second that motion. I just want to move on because it's pretty obvious what's going to happen. So, but thank you very much for the support and for looking out for the people of Santa Clara. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that, Mayor. Just want to clarify something. You know, I'm a little disturbed to hear tonight Councilmember Watanabe saying things that she doesn't think I'm going to be serving out my term. I'm curious, do you know something that I don't know? I'm just really curious. So in regards with that, once the city attorney's office makes the decision, or whatever the decision happens tonight, I want the city attorney's office to opine to see if that is a legit reason, and if it's not, that it without even council action, that it reverts to the alternate member.
Vice Mayor Park.
Is that okay?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Becker, if I understood your kind of overlay on the underlying motion, is that your understanding it would be subject to, not my opinion, but advice, right, on to you and to the council as to whether or not you are qualified to serve based on conflict of interest issues, and that if a determination was made that you were not qualified to serve, you would revert to the alternate?
Correct. Yes. So if that was the case, if I'm conflicted
yeah,
out, then
so
it's automatic.
Serve
Right?
as a primary or an alternate if you're
That's right.
conflicted
So
out.
that's what I wanted to.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say is that
Point,
if I'm
so-
conflicted out, I would be gone. So then
Yeah, you'd be
automatically it would
gone.
go to her.
Yeah, so I see. So your motion isn't that you would flip. The motion is that it would be you as the primary, Madam Mayor as the alternate, but that if it was determined you could not serve, that the mayor would assume the primary spot and we'd need to find another alternate.
And that would basically be a friendly amendment to the current motion.
I'm seeing a nod, so understand the motion and you could do it that way.
Vice Mayor Park?
Second concurs, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of undecided on how thinking was. I think there's benefits to both people. You would laugh, but stranger things have happened. But I'm not conflicted after the comments that I just heard. But I do have a question, which is, when does this decision have to be made? I know it's already been pushed off from the last meeting, and it looks like...
It should be made tonight.
It should be made tonight.
I think they want to know, yes. We're not going to put this off any longer, yeah.
Okay, then.
All right, so there's a motion and a second for Councilmember Becker to be the primary member, subject to him being able to serve. Any member of the public? All right, seeing none. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. 5-2. Thank you. All right, thank you, Director Liu, thank you. All right, next we have direction to staff on the revised El Camino Real specific plan, land use plan. City Manager.
It's getting late, I can't work the button. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public at home. We are providing you with an update on the revised El Camino Real specific plan, land use plan. As you will remember, staff came to council for direction quite some time ago. That direction was given. The plan is getting ready to go through its finalization process, and so we want to come back at this moment and do a check-in with the city council to make sure that where we are is consistent with your prior direction and there's comfort with us proceeding through the final phases of the plan to have it both reviewed and adopted by Planning Commission and then come subsequently back to the City Council. The presentation tonight will be provided by Director Andrew Crabtree, who is our Director of the Community Development Department.
Director Crabtree.
Thank you. Since I've been introduced, I'll just jump right in. And first, I want to provide a little bit of background. The city has a general plan required by state law that all large jurisdictions in California have a general plan, which is really the long-term land use vision for the city. It's more than just the map that is very familiar to us. It's really a body of policies, level of service standards for all the operations of the city that in any way relate to land use and development, and includes like public safety standards and so forth. And that's kind of like the city's constitution when it comes to land use. It sets a high-level vision, and it's really implemented through other documents. A couple of unique features of the City of Santa Clara's general plan is that we include what are called focus areas. We've identified particular places within the City of Santa Clara where we are focusing new development in particular in the future. Those are areas that have been sort of identified as appropriate for growth. And so as we've gone through our various specific plans, such as the Tasmania specific plan, Patrick Henry specific plan, those relate to focus areas where we've identified for new growth. A priority development area is also something similar, but it's like a state level thing that the state has set up where they're encouraging us to also focus development in areas around transit and services. So, and those are relevant because when we talk about the El Camino Real specific plan, it is located both within a focus area and by prior council action, a priority development area. Specific plans or neighborhood plans are basically tools at the sort of the general plan level that establish more detail and specific visions for a part of the city than you might otherwise have in the general plan, which is really pertaining to the whole city. And then zoning is an implementation tool. And that's where you really find the specifics of what land uses, what types of development, heights and setbacks and so forth are allowed for a particular project. So I just wanted to provide a little background to hopefully help clarify what this effort is all about as we work on the El Camino Real specific plan. In 2010, the city last comprehensively updated the city's general plan. That's when we identified the focus areas and established them that we have in our general plan. And at that time, the El Camino Real, really up until then, the city's land use plan for El Camino Real was low-intensity commercial uses, auto-oriented. You still see some of that. You had a mix of light industrial, auto shops, drive-through commercial uses, things like that. But in 2010, the city said going forward, the city's vision would be to redevelop the corridor with mixed use, higher density, residential and commercial, often with sort of a vertical mixed use configuration with a first floor retail and apartments or other types of housing above, and with the goal that it be very pedestrian oriented, sort of create a more urban streetscape environment that would support transit use. The corridor is our main transit corridor through the city. Also want to provide a little context that I think it's important for us to keep in mind that there's just been a lot of activity at the state level in the last few years. This is a list of some of the Assembly bills and Senate bills that the state has approved, all of which are really trying to promote housing development through the state by taking away local land use control measures. And so we work increasingly in an environment where the state is preempting our local decision-making ability, and they're really setting boundaries around how we operate. One important implication of this is that sort of the reliance on guidelines is no longer very practical. The state is really mandating that you use objective standards. Also, if a development includes, and there's varying degrees of affordable housing, the developer can take advantage of various things that really kind of bypass the city's approval process. So I just want to provide that again as context, help the council understand sort of the environment in which we're working. So looking at the El Camino Real specific plan, as mentioned in 2010, it was set up in the general plan to allow mixed-use development, generally between 3 and 5 stories in height, and at varying densities. Sometimes ground floor commercial is required. In other cases, it's allowed but not required. Since 2010, we've had 13 projects approved along the corridor. Those are consistent with the general plan. They've all gone through plan development rezoning processes because while the general plan said they could develop, the zoning was still a holdover from the past, basically limiting it to low-intensity commercial uses. So I know there's been some question about why are we doing all these planned development zonings? We really kind of created that circumstance by saying one thing in our general plan and then not updating the zoning to go along with that. With the zoning code update that we've been working on, that would get corrected. But in the interim, any development that's gone forward has been through a planned development zoning process. So the City Council has reviewed and approved those 13 projects, which collectively have given us almost 1,300 units along the corridor. In 2017, the City Council, I think, really in response to seeing this development starting to happen, gave direction to staff to work on preparing a specific plan that would give us more details in terms of what the design standards are for the corridor. We also addressed the roadway and what to do within it. An important part of that was in the plan has been drafted is the idea of removing on-street parking and adding bicycle facilities that are enhanced over what's there now. So all that's in the plan. We worked with a consultant. We had a grant from MTC to prepare a specific plan that was given to us it's a typo. It's not 2010 was not the last day, but it was 2020 when we had that. And we had a community advisory committee. We worked through that process, brought a draft plan to the council for consideration, and council then gave us direction to work on revising that plan. Initially, we were told to reduce the density. We got clarification. Eventually, that settled into a specific recommendation to prepare a revised version of the specific plan based on 4,400 residential units. And as part of that direction was also to do an economic feasibility analysis of that new revised plan as well as the original one, and bring them both back to the City Council for consideration. Earlier this year in March, the City Council approved our contract with our consultant, Ramey and Associates, as well as the scope of work. That includes a schedule for the plan work. And here we are tonight with really a key step that would allow us to complete that effort per the previously approved council scope of work. Just in terms of what we communicated to our consultant, the city's priorities based on council direction were that they should develop a new land use plan, land use diagram for the different types of development that will allow along the corridor that would correspond with the 4,400 residential units. That would be a reduction. The prior plan was about 6,500 units in terms of what it would support. So the direction was to reduce that down to 4,400. And in particular, to reduce density along sensitive interfaces where the lots that would redevelop are adjacent to single-family residences. And we heard from the council a lot of concern about shadow impacts, so particularly along the northern side of the corridor where there's the potential, the greatest potential for impacts from taller development casting shadows. We also, as part of that, we asked the consultant to add a new designation. The current general plan, 2010, has 2 land use designations for the corridor. The draft that we brought forward, staff brought forward a couple years ago, had 3. What we're looking at is now 4 land use designations. So that gives us a finer grade of delineation where some sites would be at different densities. There's more gradations. And that was also something council had talked about. And then we just also asked the consultant to look at recent entitlements. Throughout this period, the City Council has continued to approve projects, and so we wanted to make sure that we were consistent with those. Consultant did those things. They revised the land use plan to be consistent with 4,400 units. They added a new designation, which we call corridor residential low. The density range on that is 12 to 25 units to acre. So that's really sort of a townhouse type development at the lower end of the density range for that. They changed 64 properties along the corridor to that designation. So that's a reduction in density on 64 properties. And then just note that 7 properties were redesignated to corridor residential and corridor mixed use because that reflected what had already been approved on those sites. So those were also adjustments that were made. This just shows figuratively the 4 land use designations. We had previously regional corridor mixed use. That was applied to what we were calling activity centers, 3 or 4 focal points along the corridor where the intent of the plan is to allow the highest density of development, a place that's a destination, activated lots of retail, open spaces, sort of a place that would be of interest to the city, where there's opportunity to do that, larger parcels and less sensitive interfaces. The next designation carried over also is corridor mixed use. This allows sort of the apartment buildings in the 4 or 5 story range that you've seen several of approved along the corridor. Also, again, applied on larger sites with less sensitive interfaces. Then the third designation, corridor residential. This is one that supports townhouses or stacked flats, a little bit higher density than the new designation. And then the corridor residential low, which is really intended to be sort of a 3-story townhouse type development. This shows the land use plan. It's a lot to look at on the screen, but here is the new draft plan that we're asking the council to give approval to tonight so that we can proceed with that preparation of the specific plan revised based on this new land use plan. And this will be used for the economic feasibility analysis and other things in the scope of work so that, council action tonight, should you approve it, will allow us to continue on pace as proposed. This highlights in the 3 different shades of blue, light blue, medium blue, and dark blue, kind of the sensitivity. So we looked carefully at that. What is the adjacency in terms of single family? Is it directly abutting a single family lot? Is it across the street? In some cases, there's a street that is in between the development parcel and the existing neighbor, or is it against something other than single family, commercial, or multifamily? So that was definitely a consideration in this, and generally a land use plan aligns with that. This one highlights in color what has changed, so you can see more quickly. If you look at the sites that are in the yellow or with the shading, those are the sites where the density was reduced, essentially. So those are the sites where along the northern edge, primarily smaller lots with the most sensitive interfaces, that the density was reduced. So next steps, staff and the consultant will work together to draft an updated specific plan and policies consistent with the revised land use plan. So we need to add policies that relate to that new lower density designation and make sure the plan is cohesive around all that. We will begin the CEQA process needed to complete this. And we, as discussed, would reconvene the El Camino Real Specific Plan Community Advisory Committee. Further have opportunity to comment on the draft specific plan policies and standards. And so we are recommending tonight that you receive our staff presentation related to our prior council direction and direct staff to proceed with finalization of the proposed draft CRSP land use plan. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Andrew. So you're asking us for like a note and file, just the report? Is that what you're?
We're asking you to say yes, you accept that plan and proceed. Give us direction to proceed based on that.
All right, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I like that, especially on the north side of El Camino, you've been much more cognizant of single-family homes that are only 1- and 2-story for the most part, and quite close to that. Thank you. I wondered about when you were saying for, especially those redesignated, only going up to 25 units per acre. Does that take into account a transit density bonus that a developer could have because you are on a transit, you are right there on El Camino, and we have our really good bus service? So I'm wondering if that's taken into consideration, or would they receive that? I believe it's 20%. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
So I didn't quite understand the concept of redoing the CEQA, because this new design is compatible with the previous EIR, and that's really the reason why we went with 4,400 units. And so I understand it's going to take 9 months to do a new EIR process. And is that cost of that included in the $350,000 that is recommended here? And then I actually looked at this spreadsheet. So the direction to staff was very clear. This is from the September 28th, 2021 council meeting. This is in the agenda report. It says, council directed staff to proceed with the preparation of the new reduced density specific plan while also continuing to consider the original specific plan and to prepare economic feasibility analyses for both alternatives. Then in September 2022, council directed again to prepare an economic feasibility analysis of both plans. But when I look at this spreadsheet from Rami and Associates, I don't see any cost for doing the economic plan. And so I want to make sure that we have that, and we really do make sure that we're building things that will pencil out, that we're specifying things that will pencil out for the builders. And I am concerned about the recent Mercury News article talking about things have gone to gridlock because of interest rates and supply chain issues, and things are not getting built. And I'm very eager to make sure that we have the proper density at our activity nodes. Those activity nodes are super critical to the vibrancy of El Camino Real. So we have to make those work. Those are my comments and questions.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director. I have a couple of questions and clarifications. So the 45-degree elevation was discussed in length when we were talking about the El Camino. Does that still stand, or are we not taking into account that 45-degree? That's first question. On slide number 10, according to me, there has been arbitrary selection of the zoning. If you look at, I point out two areas. One, from my side, look at left of San Tomas zoning. We are giving them corridor mixed use, and that's abutting right directly with the residents. And same thing is happening to, if you go to Bowers, right side of Bowers, that's again rightly abutting to single family, and we given that as a corridor mixed use designation. Whereas if you go to left of Bowers, that's abutting to single family residences, but we gave it a corridor residential low density. So how did we pick up these two, which I pointed out, one left of the Santa Mas and one on the right of Bowers? Why did we pick those rightly abutting single-family residences as a mixed use, which has a density of 45 to 65 dwelling units, versus right across Bowers, that's only 12 to 25 dwelling units? On what basis did we pick that? Because that was a pretty big discussion when we had a El Camino specific area plan to protect the single-family residences which are directly abutting these developments. So that's my question for the time being.
I don't see any other questions, so whenever you're ready, Andrew.
All right. So the first question from Councilmember Hardy was regarding density bonus. So in our current general plan policy, there's a 10% density bonus that's granted to projects along El Camino Real specific plan corridor. So that's in the body of policies that could yet be discussed and changed. So I'm not saying today that a decision has made on that, but the default would be to continue to have that 10% allowance in the specific plan. I know that Councilmember Jane in the past has talked about the desire to have stackable density bonuses. So that's something that the council can consider as we go through this process of finalizing the draft plan. But at this point, I would say that the default assumption is that that would be retained. It's 10%, so at 25 units to the acre, that's 2.5 units. That gets you into 27. It's a little bit more dense, but still a townhouse type project. Next question from Councilmember Jane, several questions. So first, I would just like to say globally, the scope was approved by the council for the contract in March. That included the full budget for the CEQA work as well as for the economic feasibility analysis. We've verified that, it's in there, the consultant is prepared to do those things. No additional, we're not asking for any additional funding tonight. That's not part of what we need to do that fully. We'll be doing that work. Why is the CEQA work necessary? And admittedly, we had a lot of discussion around that we were trying to work within the envelope of the CEQA, and we specifically were looking at a VMT analysis under state law. If you drop below 35 units to the acre as a density, now you have to do additional analysis. And so we did stay above that level. We still are in the place where we do not need to prepare a VMT analysis, and that helps us considerably as we do the CEQA work, that we're kind of limited the scope. But in discussions with our CEQA consultant, they were very set in the position that additional CEQA work would be necessary really to address the changes in our specific plan with this draft. And so wanting absolutely to, in the best interest of the city, with our own city attorney, very engaged in that conversation, we came to the same conclusion that it would be the right thing for us to do sort of an update on the CEQA specific to this draft. And so that's in the budget. That's part of why the timing is 9 months, certainly, and that does take time, but there's other work that we'll be doing as well during that time. Questions then about the Mercury News article. So my first comment would be, I think the headline was something like housing development grinds to a halt, or I would say that is definitely an overstatement. As you can drive around the city, you can see that housing projects are under construction. We have housing projects in our building permit process. Earlier tonight, the City Council approved a new housing project, so there are projects in the planning process. There is not a grinding to a halt of housing development in the city. There has been some cooling for sure in the economy as a whole. A lot of what we've been hearing from developers is about financing and the challenges they've had with getting financing for projects, continuing environment of high construction costs and lower rents than, not peak rents, but a little bit lower than from the peak. So those are challenges that certainly the developers work through, and we recognize that things happen. Like in 2009, housing market crashes, and we didn't see any housing development for a couple of years. That can happen, but that's never a reason not to move forward with doing this kind of planning work, because then when the economy recovers, you're ready. We can't control what the bigger economy does for sure, but we can position the city that we can be ready to ride the waves as they come in and implement our vision for the city. The question about the activity centers, as mentioned, they are retained. We didn't change the densities on them in this proposed land use plan, and that was also input we had received from the City Council in the past, and so we respected that. Councilmember Chahal asked about the 45-degree angle. And so let me say, first off, the 45-degree was actually what was brought forward in the draft plan. A lot of the council consideration was about going beyond that to a 30-degree, which would be more restrictive. And we have actually been looking at that. And so I think our intent is to include a 30-degree step back requirement in the draft plan that we bring to council. We're sort of further evaluating that. And I think that relates to your second question as well, as to why there are some sites that are adjacent to single family and yet have the higher density, not the highest, but the higher density designation. And one thing, those are generally larger sites. And so those are sites where with that 30-degree step back, you can really provide the equivalent of an interface where you've dropped down to that 2-story height, where your proximity, or 3 stories, you're kind of stepping back at that angle. And so it's our analysis that provides sufficient buffering And also on that same diagram, we had some sites that have been approved by the council that have that sort of similar situation. So that was taken into consideration. If there were other places where that was acceptable, then we came to the conclusion that it could be in others as well. Really wanting to make sure that we stay at 4,500 units, that we're not dropping below that, 4,400 units, excuse me, dropping below that overall, but really, and so really lowering density where it's needed to be lower. So that's the response on that. Was there any additional questions?
Did you have an additional question?
No, I have
No, okay.
discussion
No.
regarding the same.
No, wait. Is it the same question or different question? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Director Crabtree, you did mention that because of the size of the lots, those two designations have been designated as such. I'm looking at the lot size on left of Bowers, they are also small, and there is on one big lot on left of Santa Mas, that's bigger one, all others are smaller ones, basically. Same as the one left on Bowers, yellow. So, yes, there is if you take up the lot on right-hand side of Bowers, those are comparatively bigger lots, but the other lots are pretty small, comparable to zoning which was given to left of the Bowers lot, yellow.
Could you bring the PowerPoint back up, please?
Yeah. That's slide number 10, or our attachment number 1, I think.
Yeah. So specifically looking at the two parcels on either side of Bowers Avenue on the north side, correct? And also on either side of San Tomas Expressway on the north side. Is that correct?
Yes.
Those 4 parcels. So the one on the northeast side of San Tomas Expressway is the lower density, but on the northwest side, it's the quarter mixed use. And then both parcels on both sides, on the north side of El Camino, on either side of Bowers, are commercial mixed use.
I'm not comparing the northeast side of Santa Mas Expressway, but the 3 parcels, 1, 2, 3, 2 sides of Bowers and left side of the Santa Mas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 3 that are commercial mixed
Yep,
use.
those 3.
Yeah. So, and then if you really look at the stretch from Bowers to San Tomas Expressway, really the entirety of the north side is shown as commercial mixed use. In the middle, there's that hatching, and those are properties that have been approved. Projects have been approved at that density. They have the same depth.
And that's the biggest concern for the residents over there, that these were built with a very bad design, and the single-family residents on the back are really mad about it. That doesn't mean that if we put those things at that time and we club others also into that zoning. That's my concern, basically.
Well, again, the rationale was that those are, as you look at them, they are like, if you look, for example, to the east of San Tomas Expressway, those lots are about half the depth.
Yes.
So these are deeper lots, and with the addition of the 45-degree step back requirement or 30-degree step back requirement, we think that density could still be achieved on that deeper lot by having more densities towards the El Camino Real side, a lower density on the northern edge, and maintaining that quarter mixed-use designation overall allows for us to stay in the neighborhood of the 4,400 units, and also from potential for mixed use. It's not on a portion of this you see that has that dotted lines along the front that says ground floor commercial required. Again, it was another desire of the city council and the community to see retention of commercial square footage along the corridor. And if you drop down to that lower density, it's really not feasible, practical to have mixed-use development. So by retaining that as quarter mixed use, it does maintain the possibility for those that have that retail frontage. It would actually be required per the plan. So if we were to drop the density on those sites, we would have to go back and look at where we could redistribute and make sure we still meet the 4,400 units. And we would likely also drop the ground floor commercial requirement. And if that's the direction of the City Council, we will do that. But I just want to make sure it's clear what staff's rationale and the consultant's rationale were in showing them as corridor mixed use. Just reflecting a little bit more on the ground floor commercial requirement, that was also something that was fairly carefully vetted with an economist, retail consultant through the specific plan process as to where the corridor could best support that. And recognizing that there's a lot of interest in the community as well as having commercial services still maintained along the corridor. Once we drop to that lower density, it's really not viable to have commercial use.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. Look at this and it's not easy. I agree with Councilmember Jane about the activity zones. I think that's always been a concern since the very first day, that we would like densities to allow activity zones in this area. Like to not have that would be really bad for this area. But when I look at the goals, I look at reading the slide, it says transform this focus area from a series of automobile-oriented strip malls to a tree-lined, pedestrian, and transit-oriented corridor with a mix of residential and retail uses. And then I look at reading from the previous project where we looked at what neighborhood commercial was, which is retail, store, support services, local serving offices. And I don't see how the city is preserving or even supporting this kind of as a pedestrian corridor. Especially where commercial and retail existed prior to new developments. Like I know this area very well, and I've seen retail go away in favor of housing-focused development with, well, we're going to put 10,000 square feet of retail in there, and we're not going to have any idea what that retail is going to be. When we support housing at higher densities, like the higher end of the densities that are allowed, and then we minimize the retail to the lower end of the retail that's allowed by these mixed-use designations, we don't do the city any favors. We create this imbalance. We create gaps along the corridor that not easy to fix. We seriously need to consider retail and commercial along this corridor. I said it at a previous meeting, which is we can't continue to plan the housing and then stick in the retail and commercial as an afterthought. I almost feel like if we did the opposite, if we try to create a vibrant retail and commercial corridor, something that worked for people want to go there, and then an afterthought, we stuck housing where it fit, where it was appropriate, I think we'd have a better way of looking at this, but we don't, we always complain. I've heard, former council member Teresa O'Neill complain, retail is dead. And I'm saying retail is dead because we don't think about it. We don't think about what we need to keep retail alive in this city. Almost never works well by reserving minimal commercial space in a housing project. And then I have questions about, I remember the general plan. I worked on the general plan. And I look at the largest regional commercial mixed use, parcel along the El Camino, which is the town center, right? Which has no housing. And, are we still looking at new development there? Because it's on the map. We've got a designation. We've changed the regional commercial mixed use because it used to be a regional hub, I believe. I don't know if we're ever going to see a project there. That entire area is single-story buildings, lots of parking space, no housing. These are the things I'm concerned about. I'm concerned that we've got things in our plan that aren't realistic because I don't know if we're ever going to redevelop that again. We're reserving housing in places that don't look like they'll ever get housing. I look at along, the corridor between Bowers and Calabasas, and all of that is They're small lots, and they're lots of commercial and retail, and we want to turn that into residential. And I don't know if that's, that's doable. Well, we're certainly not going to do it parcel by parcel the way that projects come to us. I mean, we need to have an overlay, not let a project come in and then change it to BD and destroy the integrity of the new plan, as we've done with the old general plan. We can't afford to do that. So many concerns here, but it just doesn't seem like it's.
Do you have questions, Vice Mayor Park, for Andrew?
I really would like to respond to that if I may, because I'd really like to clarify a couple of things.
Sure.
Did you get all these other questions? Do we have any more questions?
We hadn't had any more.
Okay, all right, go ahead then.
Yeah. So I think a lot of what we're talking about was actually done in 2010, when we, as a city, designated the entirety of the corridor as mixed use. So basically, in 2010, we said all of this land could be residential in development. And one of the state laws that we have to contend with says that if you try to take that back, you're really limited. There's really limitations on taking that back. You have to then sort of add all that capacity that you're taking away somewhere else. So in designating sites like the Santa Clara Town Center mixed use, from the state standpoint, we committed to the potential for a certain number of housing units, quite a few on that site because it's a big site. So if we wanted to revise our plans to say, no, that's not going to happen, that's just going to be a commercial site, we would have to then find a home for all those units somewhere else in the plan area. So we kind of have that as a big constraint. Now, the state has gone further since then and added more legislation that says that, in fact, residential development can occur even if it is commercially designated. So keep that in mind as well, that even if we did somehow go through that effort of moving those units with the goal of trying to preserve something as a purely commercial site, we would not be able to do that. Now, with this being the corridor that it is, it sort of automatically qualifies for the potential to do a residential development on a commercial designation. It's different than industrial, but on this corridor, that barn door has been open now for a while. And so we have to recognize that. Similarly, if we tried to reduce the density on any of these other sites, some of the ones that we were discussing with Councilmember Chahal just a minute ago, I'd have to go back and look at what exactly is in the 2010 general plan. But as we drop that down, if we're dropping that down, we have to look against that pushing us up somewhere else. Also, in our state submittal on the housing element, there are some sites based on our current general plan on the El Camino Real corridor that we've submitted. So we'd have to be very, we would not want to change anything on those sites. So I make sure, and their criteria is based on parcel size. A parcel can't be too big, can't be too small in order for you to count it. There are certain parcels that we've included because they met the criteria from the state. So all those would be things that we would need to our considerations. I totally respect the sentiment of we want to preserve commercial along the corridor. How can we plan for that? Through the specific plan process, we brought in a retail consultant, and we had a couple of meetings really dedicated to that topic. A man who had worked very carefully with all these retail businesses, and this is sort of pre-COVID. It seems like a different time, a different world, but talking about how all the analysis they did around how to place retail, what would be viable. So we spent a fair amount of time trying to think about how can we actually promote retail development on the corridor, again, with that constraint of it's already sort of designated as mixed use, really hard to pull that back. So how can we fit it into a mixed use development and actually try to get real meaningful retail within that mixed use context? So I think the plan is our best effort at doing that. There's design standards and so forth in there as well as vision statements that sort of reflect that, and this key tool of ground floor commercial required for new development on sites where we think that's a viable requirement, a requirement that we can impose and not end up just, instant development will actually happen that implements that vision.
And I don't think you heard my concern, which is, like you just said it, which is if you reduce density
one place, like we have to put it in someplace else. I mean, it's a state requirement. And right here, in this plan, we have scheduled, like we have here, we have this Santa Clara Town Center, which is 55 to 100 dwelling units per acre with zero housing. That 100%, like because we've scheduled it there, we 100% need to put that someplace else. Like that almost invalidates what the rest of the housing is going to look like, right? I understand that. And you talk about retail consulting, but again, I see the small projects, we do them parcel by parcel. I remember the parcel that had the secret garden, had a, it's very, narrow, but very long, very deep. And what they put in is they put in, I think, 10,000 square feet of retail, which I think was fine, didn't replace, what was there, but that's not the point, not to replace it, it's to make the corridor vibrant. And I don't know that we're doing that with retail as an afterthought. I mean, we just had a project where we had a 1,500 square foot cafe or a restaurant. And I don't know if a retail consultant was brought in to say, well, that seems like it would be the best place for that because we've got a couple of other cafes across the street. This is going to be serving, a cafe would serve this area really well, but doesn't serve the area well. And in this case, this is the El Camino. This is the El Camino that we want to be, as it says, a tree-lined, pedestrian and transit-oriented corridor with a mix of residential retail uses. I mean, the people are what make the retail successful. The retail has to be there. It has to be, not just cafes, not just, things as an afterthought. We should plan what kinds of services, what kind of retail store, support services, and local serving offices we put there. And we don't seem to be doing a very good job of doing that. But the biggest concern is, as you said, if we remove housing, if we remove the ability to put housing places, we have to put it someplace else. And here we're scheduling housing in a place that has no housing. And that is going to put it someplace else automatically.
All right, City Manager, did you have something to say? And I know we're coming up to our midnight deadline of when I like to finish these meetings, so.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, Council. Councilmember Park, I just wanted to pause for a moment to address your concern that there is a shopping center, Santa Clara Town Center, that is currently not mixed use and it does not include housing, but yet we're designating it as a potential site for housing. It's important to note, and for the viewing public who's up at midnight watching our meeting or may watch the re-recording, we as a city very seldom build housing, right? And what we do is we change the rules and the regulations around what can be built. The fact that housing is not there now does not mean that housing will never be there. By us changing it to regional commercial mixed use, it allows for housing to be there. The property owner may come at some point and say, oh wow, now it's in the El Camino specific plan as an allowed use now. They might plan for housing. So I don't think that we can conclude because there's no housing there now that there will never be housing. In fact, a lot of our long-range planning is visioning what could happen on other people's property that we don't own, and oftentimes we have very, very limited ability to influence a property owner to develop. But what we can do is provide the ability for them to build housing without doing a general plan amendment, without doing a rezoning, and so that's what we do, or that's typically what cities do when they do long-range planning.
And I understand that, and we've had a pretty big remodel of that area, and my question was, are we still looking at new development there? That was my question. I'm saying it's great that we've planned it there, but unless we're seriously, or the owner is seriously considering new development there, it's a nice plan.
I'll just quickly address that.
Yeah, quickly,
In
thank you.
2010, we designated for mixed-use development at about up to, I forget, 50 units to the acre, where the new plan would also be mixed use, but at a higher density with this whole vision of the activity center. So we are continuing to plan that it could be housing in the future.
All of this is planned, whether it's housing or retail. Just because we say we want retail here doesn't mean it ever will be built. It depends on the market, and especially when you're putting retail mid-block, it's going to be, difficult. So just because we want it and we envision it doesn't mean it's going to happen. It just gives the property owners the opportunity to come in and get it done a little more easily. Councilmember Jan, I'm going to go to you quickly, and then I want to go to the public.
Yeah, that was a problem we had with the original idea for El Camino Real. We had the 0.1 FAR or the 0.15 FAR for commercial all the way along, and it wasn't going to work out because retail changed, and now we're doing housing-only projects, which makes a lot of sense with activity nodes. But my question is about shading. The original 6,500 unit plan, that envisions a 45-degree angle. Is that correct? But the 4,400 unit plan envisions a 30-degree shading angle. And my question is actually, if you had a north-south street and you had single-family residents, if somebody were to add a second story to their property, on December 21st, they would end up shading their neighbor to the north. You can't avoid that. I mean, I think the shading argument on December 21st doesn't really hold for me because you'd have to prevent all second stories on north-south streets. Is that sort of a correct assumption if you went to a 30-degree angle for the whole city?
Yeah, it would be a very difficult standard to never shade. A 6-foot-tall fence will shade about 12 feet of someone's backyard, for example, on that date. So, and we didn't, we had a shading diagram that was very simplistic, unfortunately, and didn't include trees and fences and other things out there that are already casting shadows. And we were really looking at the extreme circumstance when we're looking at the winter solstice. So, I think the reality is, yeah, you can't entirely avoid shading, but we did ask our consultant to look at the 30-degree and if that would still be feasible, and we think it can be. So if that helps reduce the potential for impact and makes the new development more compatible, then that's something we can consider.
But that would not.
That's not what we're looking at tonight.
We're not, yeah. And in the interest of time, I'm going to go to the public now, and then the council members can make their comments after. Nels, go ahead, Nels, unless you're here. Is Nels here? Oh, very good. Thank you. I'm sorry for the delay. No, you're okay. We like to talk a lot, so it's your turn.
Good evening, council members of Santa Clara. My name is Nels Delander. I'm with the NorCal Carpenters Union. It's great to see so many changes in the El Camino Real specific plan, but we also got to think about the workforce helping create this. I stand before you today to address a matter of utmost importance, the need for strong area labor standards in the community. It is crucial that we have prioritized a living wage, accessible health care, a steadfast commitment to credible apprenticeships. Also, it is a time we put an end to unacceptable exploitation of workers by developers who pay substantial wages. Santa Clara is a vibrant and growing community, and its prosperity relies on the hard work and dedication of its residents. We must ensure that those who contribute to our city's progress are fairly compensated and treated with dignity. A livable wage is not a luxury. It is a fundamental right that allows individuals and families to meet their basic needs and thrive in our society. Healthcare is also another critical aspect of supporting our workers. Access to affordable, comprehensive healthcare should not be a privilege reserved by a fortunate few. By advocating for healthcare provisions, we can guarantee the well-being of our workforce and help their ability to contribute efficiently to our community. Equally important is our commitment to credible apprenticeship programs. These programs offer invaluable opportunities for skill development and career advancements. By investing in local talent and providing them with quality training, we not only empower our workers, but also foster a robust and resilient local economy. And that's my time, I guess.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Nels, for your comments. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
Renee? Are you Renee? I am Renee. Oh, very good. Welcome.
That was the wake-up bell right there, right? Good, almost midnight. Mayor Gilmore, city council members and staff, I want to thank you for your opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Renee Baez, and I'm a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union, and tonight I want to speak about the importance of having labor standards embedded in the El Camino Real specific plan. To be honest, the majority of the projects in the area do not have labor requirements, and they could be considered a crime scene just by how much the workers are being exploited and robbed of their wages and benefits. And I'm thinking of the Tasman East specific plan, right, where I talked to workers, and some of them are getting just as much as In-N-Out Burger workers, right, without health care. So when you think about the El Camino residential stuff, you're gonna have workers that are building these projects who have no hopes of actually moving in those things, right? But we don't think about those, right? And so wage theft, tax fraud, and human trafficking are a real thing and are happening in the Bay Area and many projects that are that we actually approve of, right? Labor compliance and labor standards should be a requirement on all the projects that are being proposed and developed in this city. So I raised the question, what is the city of Santa Clara doing to protect the workers, the men and women who will be constructing these buildings? These things don't just appear here, right? These workers come in from out of town and in hopes that they can live here and work here. So I want to raise the question, what are we doing to protect the workers and prevent them from being exploited by out-of-town developers and contractors that they hire? I think it's very important. It's something that we can stay up till midnight and discuss. I've saw the beautiful plans and everything looks great, the density, the windows, the setbacks, but what about the workers? What about the labor requirements? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renee. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Jeff, go ahead, Jeff.
Hello, this is Jeff Houston, Chair of Santa Clara Community Advocates. In September 2021, the council voted to have staff prepare economic feasibility analyses for this new reduced density plan and the original plan. Please ensure both plans have economic feasibility analyses, and the consultant includes this in the scope of work. Also, regarding shadow effects, let us not impose design constraints that are not applied to single-family homes when redeveloped or to tree planting with similar shadow effects. Thank you, that is all.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, just want to say that I used to work at the former Taco Plaza off of Los Padres in El Camino, and I know the owner still has the restaurant Campbell. Now they call it Taco Bravo. He was telling me, yeah, the lease rent is just too high in Santa Clara, and that's why he can't come back. And I've noticed also some of these really good franchise restaurants like Huckleberry's and West Coast Sardo and Raising Cane's, they're having a hard time coming in here because of lease rented. You just look at that development off of Wyatt Drive and Mission College Boulevard there, close to Montague Expressway. Only half those retail units are working. I mean, there's people working in them, and it's been that way, I guess, for a few years. Now I'm hearing how the related project, I guess, just my guess that maybe that's the reason why they haven't started groundbreaking, because they can't get financing. Like the gentleman had mentioned about companies having trouble financing. And so now we're going to have to wait even longer for, I guess, that development to happen for the groundbreaking. But I can't believe that we've got like 3 Starbucks within like 5-minute drive of each other. That one that's just now is coming up over there at the Avatar Hotel that used to be an IHOP. And I was thinking, oh, that would have been a perfect spot for a Huckleberries. And I was thinking, oh man, I can't believe another Starbucks is popping up. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. I don't see any more public members. All right, council members. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question, Director Crabtree. The areas where we demarcated ground floor as commercial, is that only along the El Camino, or whole of the lot has to have a commercial ground floor?
No, it's only along El Camino Real frontage.
Only along El Camino. And behind that, let's say the lot is, I'm just taking example, 200 feet deep, they can only make first 20 feet and rest of it can go to residential or on the ground floor or nothing, whatever they want to do.
Right. They would not be required to have commercial once you get back into the lot. It's only where they have the frontage on El Camino Real. And it's important, for commercial, visibility is very key. It's the exception is on the activity centers where there's really a higher commercial center, and it's meant that the whole center develop as a mixed use environment where there's multiple retail.
All right, council, do we have a motion from someone on this, or you just want direction?
The direction to
Did you hear our
proceed with the land use
directions, or
plan.
Direction to proceed, you wanted it in a form of a motion?
Yes, please.
Is anyone prepared to do that?
I'm happy to make a motion. I would like to ask the staff to continue the planning work with the draft land use plan as proposed. Again, reiterating that there will be a comparison of the 2 plans, the reduced density, approximately 4,400 versus the 6,500 original El Camino Real plan, and maintaining the activity nodes as high density. That's my recommendation.
I can second that.
Director Crabtree, do you understand that?
Yeah, yes. I'll go back and listen again. Make sure I get it exactly right.
Will you repeat that?
All right, a
Okay,
motion and a second on a motion.
Assistant City Clerk wants me to repeat it, so I'm going to do that. Recommend to staff to continue the planning work on the draft land use plan, which is to study both the reduced density for approximately 4,400 units and the approximately 6,500 unit original plan, and maintaining high density at activity nodes.
So there's a motion and a second on that motion.
And economic analysis, of course, of the 2. Economic feasibility analysis.
All right. Motion second. Councilmember Becker and Councilmember Tahal, your short comments.
Yeah, very short comment. Actually, it's a question for staff, for city manager. The questions that we had from the 2 gentlemen here, is that something that has to do with policy decisions?
Yeah, Member Becker, if that's something the majority of the council wants us to look at, we certainly could, but there are significant legal limitations on your ability to include labor restrictions in connection with land use approvals.
Thank you. Just want a confirmation.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So we still will be following the 30-degree standard, right? That was finalized as per our earlier discussion.
So that's not something we were discussing tonight, but if you want to make sure it's in the direction, you could add it as like to the motion, as a friendly amendment. But the intention is absolutely that we would continue to have that and bring it back to council.
I do want that to be included, basically.
What was that? I didn't understand. What did you say?
30-degree elevation standard.
We'll continue to study it, and we'll bring it back when we get to the policy part.
I'm not going to accept that for both plans and for the activity nodes. I think that if I were to do anything, I would direct staff to consider shading at 30 degrees, but not make it a requirement.
All right. I wanted to put out there that we did something similar on the Patrick Henry specific plan where we encouraged the use of apprentices and others. And I would like to see if we could incorporate some of the language we used, which wasn't a requirement, but it was, there was incentives to use apprentices. And so that passed, you know, all our smell tests back then. So hopefully it would pass the same now. So when this does come back, I'd like to see that similar language in here. I think it would be helpful for our workforce.
I'm willing to accept that, to
All right.
repeat what we did with Patrick Henry.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second with some enhancements.
To the maker of the motion, did you want to add the considering the shading angle of 30 degrees in this motion?
Yeah, I'm fine to say to consider a 30-degree shading, but not to make it a requirement of the proposal. And then also to, if you want to add, add the same considerations for apprentices as we did with Patrick Henry.
Second concurs.
Mayor, just a quick point of clarification. I want to make sure that we have clear guidance to staff. My interpretation of consider the 30-degree shading is that we would bring back to you an analysis of that 30-degree shading and potentially how many units may be lost versus us saying, oh, well, we considered it, but we're not bringing it before you. Fair?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it was a requirement, I wouldn't support it, so. All right, it's a consideration, correct? All right. City Clerk? Oh, again, Councilmember Chahal? Yes. Quickly.
So the second consideration about commercial zone just along the El Camino, how can we make sure, let's take an example for Smart and Final, right? If that's a very busy commercial place right now, and if we do not protect, as Councilmember Vice Mayor Kevin was mentioning, if we do not protect the commercial zoning in such circumstances, we will lose it to housing for one reason or the other, or to some other purposes. How can we protect these sites where they are very well to do, serving the community, walkable distance from the home, and if we do not have that Smart and Final, people, residents will have to go somewhere else. how can we protect that type of commercial zoning in that? The reason I asked that question was, is it all across the first floor, or it's only limited to front? And I'm a bit worried about if we only make it partially which not usable and there's no commercial activity because we designed it such a way that there will not be any commercial activity.
Let me just say, under state law, along the El Camino Real corridor, we do not have the ability to basically maintain it as a purely commercial site. So if you're looking at a traditional, like Smart and Final type commercial development with no housing, we do not have the ability at this point to put restrictions in place that's.
So what I'm saying is bigger commercial place on the ground. You can build 2-3-story housing on top of that. But we need to plan in such a way that we have room for such bigger grocery stores to be accommodated in that. Like if we do not put those restrictions, how can we make that happen? If we do not put those restrictions in the zoning, we will lose these very busy commercial state.
We can look at where we have a requirement for ground floor retail. We could look at what is the depth of that, what is the amount of square footage, something like that. We could have standards for that.
Okay, that's what I want basically, so that we can protect the existing businesses not going out of that place to somewhere else.
It doesn't mean that it won't go out of business. It just means that the commercial area is protected. Doesn't mean that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
City
exactly.
Manager, did you have something to say?
I think we got there, which is we can look at requiring a minimum amount of commercial. There are some plans that simply have a requirement where you can't decrease the current amount of commercial. That way you can try and preserve what's there. And so I think we can look at the minimum standards.
City Clerk?
I have clarification.
Oh, my goodness. Vice Mayor Park.
My hand is up. Clarification, you said that under state law, we do not have the ability to maintain it as a purely commercial site, but is that true, or is it that if we remove housing there, because we had allowances for housing, we would have to put that housing someplace else? Like, is it true that we can't maintain it as a purely commercial site, or is it that we must put that housing, because it's scheduled for housing, we must put that housing someplace else?
So under the most recent state law, any site that's commercially designated along El Camino Real, a developer could build housing. We can't. So even if we went through the effort of figuring out a way to take it back from mixed use to purely commercial and somehow keep it intact, the total units intact, and then there may be challenges with doing that from my conversations with the city attorneys in the past. But even if we found a way to do that, the end result of like, okay, we've found a site that we want to be purely commercial, they could still come in and do a residential development under state law, which says on a corridor like El Camino Real, on a commercially designated site, you can build residential development now. So there's really no benefit to us to try to go through that effort with the state laws in place.
Okay.
And city attorney.
Just asking, so that's why.
That's my understanding as well, but what I'm hearing from more than one council member is an interest in, exploring ways to assure that, as much as we can within legal parameters, have commercial development, in significant amounts be available along the corridor where it makes sense. So that's what I'm hearing, and that will be part of the report back from a legal standpoint, at least, when the plan comes back.
All right, I'm calling for the question. City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker. Yes. Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. That passes 5-2. All right, next we have last item, action on membership for the El Camino Real Specific Plan Community Advisory Committee. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is coming to you as a result of a citizen request by Adam Thompson that the council considered at your June 27th meeting and directed staff to place it on a future agenda. We have a number of minor other items connected to the committee, but we are bringing this item to you today. And the presentation will be done by our very own Andrew Crabtree, the Director of Community Development.
Thank you. Our assistant has left, so I don't know, I can just talk about it?
Just talk because we understand.
So I will do that. And I know that some of you may have the paper copy in front of you if you want to follow along. We've been talking about the El Camino Real specific plan. You've had quite a bit of background on it. As part of that planning process, we had a community advisory committee that was appointed by the city council. And in our, we have a different PowerPoint for this. So, and in our scope that the council approved in 2023, March, earlier this year, we included one meeting where we would reconvene the Community Advisory Committee to weigh in on the policy work. So these, like the things we've just been discussing, the step backs, and so forth, that we would get their input on that. And so with our goal of working towards council adoption of this a specific plan in June of 2024. So with the intent that this Community Advisory Committee would meet 1 or 2 times over the next 10 months or so. And the council did initially appoint the Community Advisory Committee in 2018. There were 16 people that were appointed, including members of various city boards and commissions, some community members who had been active participants when we had council hearings on projects along El Camino Real that had become known to the council were appointed. We had some individuals appointed representing regional organizations or nonprofits. And just note, when the council made that appointment in 2018, it was initially a consent item. It was pulled from the calendar. The council discussed it, added 1 additional community member. So it was approved in that fashion. Leading up to reconvening the Community Advisory Committee, the staff did contact the original members since they hadn't met for a couple of years to see if they were still available. As a result of that, the Chamber of Commerce, which initially had 1 member, requested if they could have 2 representatives added to the Community Advisory Committee. In May of this year, we also received the written petition. That's the reason we're here tonight, from Adam Thompson, and he requested that 3 of the seats on the Community Advisory Committee be removed. 1 was for the Building Industry Association, 1 was for the National Association of Industrial and Office Properties, and 1 was for Silicon Valley Leadership Group. His objections being that those are, there's potential conflict of interest, those being advocates or interest in having interest in some sort of property interest in the corridor. So our just some implications. We, as a result of polling the current members or prior members, we have already heard back from both the BIA and the NAAP that they probably would not be able to participate in the CAC meeting if we have it. However, we can do, if the council so wills, to remove those seats and we proceed, we can stay on schedule, finish the specific plan process. It won't affect our schedule. Similarly, if the council decides to add a second representative of the Chamber of Commerce, again, we can still have the meetings and stay on schedule. So in terms of process, whatever action the council takes in regards to either appointing, removing these or adding one won't affect our schedule. If the council did for some reason say, let's go back and like have a whole new appointment process, that would affect our schedule. So staff does not recommend that we do that. But our recommendation is that we proceed. Council in the past appointed the members of the CAC, and so just respecting that prior direction, staff has recommended that we proceed with them as previously appointed.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. So Director Crabtree, based on that, how many members are still on the committee?
Is there any other questions? Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, originally there were 15 members. I was on there as a planning commissioner, but I think due to due process, there's no planning commissioners on now. There was Nick Casper, Ken Kim, Adam Thompson,
Do you have a
Vikas
question?
Gupta, yes. Marie Mayer, Howard Myers, Megan Majushi. It was about 15 people. And now you've contacted all of the people, and you've gotten no responses from 5 of them, and you've got unable to participate from 2 of them. So it's a substantially reduced body from before. And having participated on it earlier, I was impressed that we had a broad representation from different groups. I don't exactly agree with Adam that there should be no one from the real estate business because they would provide some perspective there. And I know we have Lou Mariani now and Nadia, well, the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, I think there's a issue there, but I would like to try harder to try to get back to a substantial number of people, maybe not 15, that was too big, but I think that the current, from the no responses and the unable to participate, it's really diminished in terms of its representation. So I wanted to hear your comments on that.
All right, is there any other questions? I have a comment, so I'll wait. Director Crabtree, the questions?
So the one question I heard was, what are my thoughts on the 10 members of the prior CAC who said they were able to participate? Yeah, I think this is a helpful form of public outreach. These meetings are open to the public, so if there's other people that are interested in coming and there's room for them to participate, they certainly can. I think having 10 people is sufficient, or 11 if the council adds the other person as requested, to get some good input. So I would recommend that we move forward, and again, we want to be respectful of the overall schedule, and not, I think there's plenty of opportunities we get for community input, whether it be through the CAC or just through a community meeting in general. There will be opportunities for the community.
Did you answer Councilmember Watanabe's question?
I'm sorry, what was?
I can't remember. Councilmember
I
Watanabe?
asked how many members were there currently, which
Yeah,
sounds like
so
10.
Councilmember Jane mentioned it was 15.
They're down to 10, right?
So I think it was, I had 17 people that we had contacted and 10 that said they were available.
City Manager, your light's on.
Yeah. Really quickly, I know there's been comments about the lack of interest, and we started with 17 and now we only have 10. I'll just say that I think the larger issue here is the amount of time that it's taken. The committee started their meetings in 2018, and so we're sitting here in 2023. I think the fact that we started a process in 2018 with 17 and we still have 10 people is probably pretty good. And I think making sure that we have these committees and they can do their work in an appropriate time frame and we don't have long multi-year processes is really the main challenge. And so I just wanted to note that.
I also think that we should continue on without restarting a whole process and add that second Chamber of Commerce person, because we're losing 2 other business people, or more than other business people. I'd like to see us move on and just add that second Chamber of Commerce person. Could someone make a motion? And we'll go. Do we have any public members? Karen Hardy, Councilmember Hardy.
Oh, I was ready to make the motion to.
Hands up, so.
Yep. I was ready to make the motion to direct staff to continue with the current CAC and to see if we can get another member from the Chamber of Commerce.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Adam, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I can tell you, as somebody who did serve on the original effort for the El Camino Real specific plan, that, it did not seem like it was a community-led process. It seemed like there was multiple members who served on the committee that had alternative motives for, or vested interest in the outcome of the plan. And that's why I think you've seen a lot of people abandon the plan, including myself over the years. I mean, I did not come out to support the plan because I do not agree with many of the items that are in the plan. I do think that we talk a lot about transparency in the city, but to have registered lobbyists and advocate groups, and now adding Lou Mariani, who has a property within the boundaries of the plan and is actively looking at developing that property, I find that it is very pro-developer and not very resident-centric. Earlier in this evening, there was a comment made for looking out for the Santa Clara residents. That doesn't seem like that's happening now. So I'm not asking to restart the process, but to have known entities that have ulterior motives and do not comply with our lobbyist ordinance should not be sitting on committees making legislative actions or providing recommendations for legislative actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member of the public like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, Vice Mayor Park?
Yeah, I would like to ask about the members. I mean, if they're registered lobbyists, what is their ability to serve on this kind of a committee? I mean, one of the questions for representation is numbers, but that's only one of them. The other question is appropriateness. I hear Chamber asking for another member, but the question is, like, what is the Chamber representing by having a member on there? It's representing the businesses, and if they have 2 members, are they representing the Chamber twice, or are they representing different businesses? I feel like I don't know that I would support Chamber having another member there if that member is not supporting the Chamber, but in fact supporting another interest. But I mean, the first question is, what do we do about people who are lobbyists or, on these committees?
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Park, my understanding and reading of the lobbyist ordinances, there's nothing in it that would prohibit a lobbyist from participating in a task force of this nature. From a legal standpoint, I think City Manager Grogan wanted to add some comments.
I totally respect all the sentiments around committee membership. I would say that we are talking about a plan, and we've that will impact private property, and we've talked a little bit today about the fact that we are planning for property that the city doesn't own, and we want to encourage something to happen with that property. And so having property owners on that committee could be looked at as something that will inform the council's decision making, because you're inviting them into your process, letting them serve on the advisory committee. And so while that could be looked at as a undue interest, it could also be looked at as the council saying, we want input from a core constituency that will actually impact the success of the plans that we're putting forward.
Thank you. I just want to say also, this is an advisory group, and it consists of stakeholders, meaning the people that are on it have a stake, whether it's you'll live close to it, whether you have businesses on there. And the Chamber of Commerce is a business lobbying organization. They lobby, especially for small businesses, and that makes up the majority of the El Camino. So to not include these stakeholders makes no sense. And that's why they were included from the beginning, because they all have their expertise to bring to the table. But at the end of the day, it's an advisory to the city council. If we want to recreate this whole thing, it'll add years onto the process. So I just think we should move ahead, support the motion, add the extra business interests out there, and let them finish up.
Okay, but the other part of my question was, what is the point of having 2 members from the Chamber of Commerce? Because that looks like it would give the Chamber of Commerce a little bit more say in the committee.
I'm saying because we lost 2 business members, they dropped out.
But again, we're looking for not just numbers, we're looking for representation and appropriateness. And at some point, having 2 members from one body, what is the point of that?
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to have to kind of agree with Vice Mayor Park on this, and that is the chamber, I feel, should just have 1 member, not 2. I find it kind of interesting that we are requesting 2. But I have basically a lot of other concerns. I also reading this and going over this last weekend, it just feels like I'm kind of inheriting something and I'm being told I have to do it because I'm inheriting it. But I have a lot of disagreements with it, but it just comes down to the 2 members from the chamber. I'm like, why do we have to do that? So those are my only concerns.
All right, well, let's see how this goes. We have a motion and a second to move ahead with this committee as it is, adding a 2nd member from the Chamber of Commerce.
And the amendment to strike the second member from Chamber.
Why don't we see how this goes, and then we can take a new motion if this one doesn't pass.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
No.
Councilmember Becker.
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that fails. All right. Anybody have a second motion?
Well, I'll make the motion then to proceed without including the 2nd Chamber of Commerce, just to direct staff to continue with the current CAC.
Okay, is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue the committee as is. Councilmember Jane?
One of the important things to me, and it seems like a lot of residents, is to have some sort of representation from a working architect to make sure that we get good design on El Camino. And I know I don't want to turn this into a long process, but I would love to see an architect on this committee. But that's
That's going to add time on to all of this. So is that what you want?
I was just making that comment.
All right. So there's a motion. Was there a second?
Shahal?
To as is.
Yes.
Okay. Assistant City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 6-1. Thank you very much, Director Crabtree. Appreciate it. All right. Reports of members and special committees. Go ahead, Councilmember Jane.
I just wanted to report that today I attended the 2nd ribbon cutting at the Covenant House property. I know were there 2 years ago, but they actually had some trouble with 7 of the rooms, and so they've redone them. It was done through a volunteer group. It's the Housing Industry Foundation, and they get a bunch of builder construction companies that donate time and money to basically rebuild, interim supportive housing, affordable housing projects. So it was a good event. There were representatives from Senator Cortese's, Senator Wahab's, and Assemblyman Evan Lowe's office there. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make this as quick as I can. So I was going to try to talk about this at the last meeting, but we ended up getting out of here at 2:30 in the morning, so I felt that was probably inappropriate to talk about. But I just wanted to give the public and my council colleagues to know about how the Taylor Swift concert went on July 29th and how the operations were. As I said, we attended on July 29th, took the bus 57, caught it over here at the corner of Stevens Creek and Kiley. Took the bus 57 all the way down. It actually took 15 minutes to get there. I consider that to be very quick on a night for a concert. We made it through security very quickly. It seemed like there was actually more security checkpoints than prior times before, so I think a lot of the actions Mayor and others brought up before about security, I think a lot of people are taking those into consideration. Concert was 3.5 hours. It's very long. I got to say, she has a lot of energy to go for 3.5 hours and not stopping. It was basically a big act. It's a really big act, I think, they have here in the city of Santa Clara, especially I got to admit, there's a few times during the concert where I had to check my hearing because it wasn't the sound of the music that was so loud, it was the sound of the screaming girls and the fans. So that was kind of fun to hear. Leaving, though, was very quick. In past, I think Councilmember Hardy and Councilmember Jane were with me at the Elton John concert, and there was a lot of issues on getting out, and it took forever to get out. Well, this time, leaving was very quick, and I was very shocked and surprised by that. It was quicker than any time I've ever been at the stadium, considering how many people were there. Vendors, when we were leaving, vendors were all lined up on the sides. That was so coordinated. I don't know if that was planned or how that was done, but vendors were on the sides, very coordinated. Nobody in the way, no carts were in the way. It was right when you were walking out through the parking lots, they were right there on the sides to serve hot dogs or whatever it is. It seemed very, as I said, it seemed very squared away. We were on the bus within 10 minutes of leaving that concert. So between the stadium and getting all the way to Great America Boulevard, that was 10 minutes. That's pretty quick compared to the Elton John experience and football experiences had taken forever. So I think we're doing pretty well on that. At the bus stop, there was 3 bus 57s waiting, 3 of them. And I think that's great because the 3 of them that were waiting, the driver would not even leave until that bus was standing room only. So they made sure those buses were fully packed before they took off. So as soon as the bus took off, we were stuck in a little bit of traffic just getting out of the area. That was about 10, 15 minutes. We got home within 25 minutes. And I got to say, for a concert at Levi Stadium, when we've had so many issues with traffic in that area, 20 minutes was very quick on public transit. And I suggest everybody take public transit to these events. It saves you money. I went the night before actually too to go see, I had to go buy some, for my husband's birthday, I had to buy some, what do they call that? A shirt and everything, merchandise. And I got to see the operations that night too, and seeing that our entire convention center parking lot was like kind of a mini concert area. Like everybody had their cars, blankets out, pillows, eating, snacking. And I'm like, so we had a very big crowd outside listening to the stadium too. And I thought that would be kind of a problem, but actually it was very, very mellow. And I've spoke to the officers that were there. I spoke to some staff. They all told me the same thing. This is a very mellow crowd. So I'm really glad that this concert went really well, that our public transit is on the ball, and that getting in and out of the stadium was very quickly. And I applaud our city staff, I applaud our police department, and I applaud the stadium for getting things done, because that was very impressive for a concert of that magnitude. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, and it was a very great opportunity to see Taylor Swift in the city of Santa Clara.
City Manager, Executive Director? You don't have anything? Okay. So I'd like to ask the council, we'll be adjourning this meeting in memory of Priscilla Esqueda and Corey Pate. Our community sadly lost a pillar when Priscilla Ezqueta passed away on August 20th, 2023, on what would have been her 69th birthday. She leaves behind a loving family, an adoring community, and a legacy of advocating for all. Priscilla worked to serve veterans throughout the county of Santa Clara, impacting many people's lives by reducing barriers to employment, mentoring new leaders, creating startups, and partnering with businesses throughout Northern California. Priscilla had also served on other boards and business advisory committees whose missions were to serve people with disabilities, at-risk youth, and disenfranchised, and women's programs. Together, we mourn her loss as we celebrate her legacy. With great sadness, Ginger Wilson, who's a beloved instructor at the Santa Clara Senior Center and Community Recreation Center, lost her husband suddenly, Corey Pate, on August 10th, 2023. He was 54 years old. Corey Pate was born on July 20th, 1969 in San Jose, California. He was a third-generation plumber and was well respected throughout his career. Corey loved sports and fitness. He took home many fitness titles, including Mr. California, Mr. San Jose, Mr. America, and Athlete of the Year. He is survived by his children Dylan, Ava, and Cruz Ryan, and his stepchildren Michaela, Dominic, Andrew, Jaden, Brooklyn, and Justin. We offer our thoughts and prayers for the family and friends of Priscilla Ezqueta and Corey Pate, and we adjourn this meeting in their memory. May I please have a motion?
Motion.
A motion and a second to adjourn in both our memories.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, thank you. And this meeting is adjourned.